Absolutely crucial. I mean, despite him saying he hasn't actually hit a cricket ball since January, that first 50 back for him for Hampshire just last game, you couldn't tell otherwise, could you? He's going to be absolutely crucial today. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a few cricket balls flying up into the hotel or into the stands for Chris Lynn today, because Somerset have, of course, won the toss, and Chris Lynn will be striding out to the pitch in not too long a time. And Chris Lynn is going to be absolutely crucial following that 51 off just 27 balls, 5 fours and 3 sixes against Sussex last game just yesterday. He will be crucial. Absolutely. Liam Dawson.
Well, I don't know about you, but I describe this weather as particularly annoying this Sunday afternoon. Obviously, with the rain falling at the moment, so we are going to move past our scheduled start time of 3 o'clock, so there will be a delay to the start while the rain is falling. There's nothing more we can tell you at the moment. Once the rain does stop, the match officials will then assess conditions following this hopefully brief shower. As you can see, we nearly were ready to go there. The Guard of Honour and the teams were gathering pitch side, but this latest shower means we will have a delay to the start. A reminder, we do have 30 minutes of buffer time, so we want to start losing overs from the match until 3:30. We'll keep you updated with any information we do get from the match officials as soon as it becomes available. Just a reminder once again, if you have recently come into the arena, that the unallocated seating around the ground does allow you to move up into the covered areas of the Shane Warne and Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stands. That's outside of the restricted member areas. If you need some directions on that, please ask the stewards. And of course, plenty of cover available around the ground, underneath the stands, the front of the hotel, and in the Ireland Atrium Bar on the ground floor of the pavilion. If you're looking for an extra outer layer, potentially, or some headwear or a rain jacket or something similar, can we recommend the Utilita Bowl store, located underneath the Shane Warne stand, which does have a wide variety of the Hampshire Hawks merchandise, England, and other cricketing items as well. You'll find the Utilita Bowl store underneath the Shane Warne stand. So frustrating at the moment, hoping we get as full a game in as possible, but at the moment with the rain falling, no further information we can bring you other than we do have a delay to our original 3 o'clock starts. Let's give you an update while we're waiting for the second test at Edgbaston between England and India, where England are chasing that unlikely victory target. They are 153 for 6 in their second innings. Currently off the field there, Jamie Smith is 32 not out. The most recent wickets to fall, Ben Stokes out for 33 before the players left the field there. So England 153 for 6. It is day 5 there, so there is over a session still for England to bat to try and salvage a draw, or possibly a first small victory out of that England against India second test. And of course, looking ahead later on in the summer, and in fact in 10 days' time, we have the England women's team here at Utilita Bowl for a huge Metro Bank one-day international against India. It's on Wednesday, the 16th of July. England, of course, coached now by the former Hampshire and Southern Vipers head coach Charlotte Edwards. That fixture will be a day-night match under the lights as well, so an opportunity to come on even in the evening after work or school. That's Wednesday, the 16th of July. England women against India in a 50-over one-day international. And it's also ODI action for England men here at Utilita Bowl later on in the summer. They take on South Africa. That match on Sunday, the 7th of September. Limited tickets remain for that match. Hospitality and pitch-facing hotel bedrooms also available to secure for that one, but they also are limited. Visit utilitabowl.com/internationals for more information.
sad that there's emotional dogs sitting there this morning, sacrificing.
Keep your fingers crossed, the sun is out. The news from the match officials is that there will be an inspection of the playing conditions at 3:25 if there is no further rain, so that's just under 15 minutes from now, while the ground staff do a superb job as ever in mopping up after the latest shower. So an inspection from the match officials scheduled for 3:25 if there is no further rain. Just while we're awaiting the match officials' inspection in a few minutes, a reminder, the pick up and play zone, which is absolutely free for any of our All-Stars, Dynamos or anybody else to come and have a go at. Youngsters who may want to pick up a cricket bat and have a crack. It's available now, it's open now, it's absolutely free. It's going to go open during the interval of the game as well, but while we have this delay at the moment waiting for the match to start, the pick up and play zone is opening again now. It's underneath the east scoreboard, which is the scoreboard on the side of the ground, just to the side of the groundsman's tunnel. They are back on the field, by the way, on day 5 of the second test in Edgbaston between England and India. There are a minimum of 53 overs remaining in the day. England 161 for 6, chasing about 1 million to win.
after media side of Somerset County Cricket Club, and he tells me that Lewis Gregory is unwell. That's hence he's not playing, and they decided that TKC, Tom Kohler-Campbell, were captain rather than Craig Overton, who's been captaining in the county championship in Gregory's absence on paternity leave. But Tom Lammonby comes into the side, and a lot of people have been saying that Tom Lammonby should have been in the side for the last few games. He did very well in the first 2 games of the Blast, opening the innings with Will Smead, and he provides a left-handed alternative with both bat and ball. So whether he'll bowl or not remains to be seen. And the bad news is that the cover is going out again.
Well, I think we've caught the edge of a shower here, and I think he's only going to be the edge. I don't think, even if we are getting a bit of rain, there must be some rain out there. I can't really see it against the background at the far end. But
well, away to the west, which is where the weather is coming from, there's lots of blue sky. So I think if there is a further delay, it'll only be a short one.
yeah.
Do we know how many overs we've lost?
Well, we get half an hour's grace, and we're
do.
5 minutes into that now, aren't we? So I'm waiting for some calculations. Just hearing the announcement around the ground. The umpires are making their way back slowly to the pavilion. This is really disappointing. The women's game earlier was interrupted briefly a couple of times for showers. They are only showers, they're not prolonged.
It's coming off again.
And that's not the first time that's happened. Where it's made it almost out to the middle and then abruptly turned round. It does turn like the Queen Mary, the hover cover. Well, in fact, actually, no, they are placing it just to the back end of the wicket, which means it's there waiting just in case. It's not actually covering the pitch. It's there as a precaution, but it means while it's there, we can't actually start. Somerset fielders are out on the side of the wicket practicing their bowling skills, so they believe we're imminent. The children at the far end that perform that sort of funnel area for the
Guard
players.
of honour, it's called.
Yeah,
Guard of honour.
So they're out. So we are really close to starting. Just trying to catch what's being said out there on the stadium. But we are literally very close to getting underway, and this shower is going to pass us, but we might catch the edge of it, which I think we are. And behind that is a mixture of nice cloud and some blue sky. Now, what's this? Which way is this cover going, Anthony? It's either going over the pitch or it's coming back towards us. Let's hope it's coming back towards us. All the stumps are going in.
I think it's coming back towards us.
The stumps are going in. So I think we might have a further delay of about 5 minutes. We might get underway about 20 to 4.
Well, the umpires are coming out now, so it's not going to be much of a delay.
No. So myself, Anthony Gibson and Charlie Harden are your commentators for this men's game. Earlier we saw Hampshire women beat Somerset women in a thrilling game that went down to the last couple of balls.
Well, it didn't go down to the last couple of balls. The last... because the winning run was hit off the 4th ball of the last over. Went down to the last couple of overs. Yeah, and it goes down as an 8-wicket win for Hampshire, which sounds like an absolute thrashing, but it was anything but. And I talked to Trevor Griffin, who's the Somerset women's head coach, and he quite rightly pinpointed 2 incidents in that game that made all the difference. The first was the run out of Fran Wilson when she was going really well, when Amanda Jade Wellington decided she'd run for a misfield and sold Fran Wilson down the river. That was incident 1, and the other one obviously was the drop catch when Alex Griffiths put Freya Kemp down about 3 overs from the end, and Kemp went on to smash the 2nd ball of the last over for 6 and won the game effectively.
Certainly did. Right. So the players are coming out here at the Utilita Bowl, which is very good news. And welcome on the live picture feed here at the Utilita Bowl. Joining listeners on BBC Radio Sun at all frequencies, also BBC Sport online and also on the app. And the situation here is we will get underway about 40 minutes late because of a couple of, or three, of some heavy showers. Somerset men have won the toss. Hampshire men are going to bat first. And I'm Kevin James, Anthony Gibson next to me, Charlie Harden is round as well. We're still waiting for confirmation to see if we've lost any overs, I think.
Well, the screen is saying overs remaining 20.
Oh, right.
So fingers crossed that that is indeed the case. And Somerset will be encouraged by the fact that they have a higher win percentage here at the Utilita Bowl than any other county. They've won 53% of their games against Hampshire here. But I think their chances of winning have improved quite significantly through the absence of Chris Lynn. But let's not underestimate Ali Orr, who scored a double century for Sussex in the 50-over cup against Somerset 3 years ago, I think it was. So he's got form against Somerset.
Yeah, so no just Chris Lynn after his half-century with a couple of balls that went into the flats at Hove last night. He's pulled a hamstring doing that, unfortunately. I think it's more of a precaution than something that's
it's
really...
only a grade 1, as I understand it.
Oh,
yeah.
right, okay.
Yeah. Here's Craig Overton in and bowls down the leg side. Not a good start for Big Craig. A wide is signalled by, I think that's Ben Peverell, isn't it? At this end, and Mike Burns at square leg.
It's nice, isn't it? Change of umpires, one game and off.
Two left-hand, not two left-handers, left-hand, right-hand combination. Ali Orr the left-hander, Overton bowls, and a good tight line this time. Played back to him by Ali Orr, who, has he played much T20 cricket for Hampshire?
Not since the Global Super League during the winter. No, this is his first game, and he was injured in the first game of last year against Surrey.
Somerset have got their skipper, Tom Coder-Cavmore, in at slip. Overton in bowls. This is caught at short fine leg. It's the first wicket. It's Sean Dixon. No, it isn't. It's Lewis Goldsworthy, I think, taking the catch. But, well, perfect start for Somerset. Ali Orr gone without scoring. Caught at short fine leg as he tried to turn Craig Overton around the corner, and a straightforward catch.
Oh dear, I think there was a bit of shape on that ball actually, which just took the ball a little further away from the body of Ali Orr, which means he flicked away from his body. Oh well, that's not too good. Somerset come here in first place in the South Groups, Hampshire in fifth. Great start by Somerset to this year's competition, won their first 4.
They won 7 out of 8,
yeah.
but got beat by Glamorgan narrowly at the county ground on Friday evening.
Glamorgan are a bit of a dark horses in this competition.
They are. They shouldn't have won. Somerset's ad cricket was very sloppy. They went for 43 off the last 3 overs, and Dan Douthwaite was dropped behind. He was crucial for Glamorgan. He was dropped behind the stumps by Tom Banton. Relatively straightforward chance. Toby Albert is the new batsman, as Overton is in and bowls, and this is driven out into the offside, where Tom Lammonby fields at extra cover. 1 for 1 Hampshire in the first over. Being bowled by Craig Overton. Men out are at third man and deep backward square leg. Overton in and bowls, and this is driven away through the offside. Lammonby is in pursuit, but he won't catch it. That's the first boundary. 5 for 1. I must say, Kevin James, I don't like the boundary rope being as far in from the real boundaries as it is. It's going to make life very difficult for the spin bowlers. Mishits will be going for 6, which I don't think is...
That's probably why it was done.
Well, I know, but don't really approve of it. Here's Overton in, bowls to Albert, who pulls this for 4 more. That was short from Overton. And you can't afford to bowl short on this pitch. it's pretty true, it's pretty slow. Bowlers have got to keep it pitched up. 9 for 1 in the first over.
Yeah, it's a good looking shot from Toby Albert, who was opening at the start of the year with James Vince, but dropped down to 3 when the South African Andre Pretorius came into the side, and then he's quickly gone off to South Africa, and now Chris Lynn for 1 game. But not today.
Then into Albert, takes pace off this delivery, which is pitched up. And well, good finish to the over. A curate's egg of a first over. It was good in parts and not very good in other parts. 9 for 1 at the end of it. And Steve Pittard, retired joint landlord of the Rose and Crown at Hughes Episcopi, who provides me with all sorts of fascinating facts and figures, tells me that in all-time T20 matches at the Utilita Bowl, a par first innings score is 159. This decade, though, it's gone up to 165. So, gives you... And funny enough, Trevor Griffin, the Somerset women's head coach, did say that they thought they'd fallen a little bit short of a par score, which he thought was around about 165.
So we've got Matt Henry, the New Zealand bowler here from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to James Vince. Hampshire 9 for 1 after 1. We haven't lost any overs, that's good news, despite a 40-minute delay to the start of this game. Henry comes in, right arm over, on line and length, and Vince plays it back to the bowler.
How's James Vince been going?
Yeah, I mean, he's going okay. He's averaging just under 30, striking at 147 per 100, which is a little bit more than his career average of, or strike rate of 135. He has 2 half-centuries. So, yeah, steady stuff for James Vince, who's the competition's all-time leading run scorer, don't forget. He's trying to pull that away and misses. Henry dug that one in.
Matt Henry won't like that much. James Vince coming down the pitch to him. He bowled very well against Glamorgan, did Matt Henry. He was the standout bowler for Somerset.
Oh, he's a good bowler all round, isn't he? 12 wickets at 18 apiece in this competition this season. Good economy rate of just over 7 as well. Comes in again and bowls, and Vince is playing a missing. Oh my word. What has that ball done? That's skidding off this surface, isn't it?
How did that miss?
Has that gone past the inside edge, the outside edge? I'm not sure. Hasn't beaten the off stump by very much either. So this ball is sliding off this surface, which has got a little greasy through the rain showers.
Sun's coming out.
Yeah, it's been like that all day, isn't it? Big mixture of sun and showers. Henry in again. Vince gets wrapped on the pad, trying to work that away on the leg side.
He's advancing on Matt Henry as James Vince.
Yes. He doesn't want to be becalmed. The shot is on over the top. I'm sure that Matt Henry's the easiest bowler to do that too.
Got to keep it pitched up though. Can't afford to drop it short.
Henry in again then. He's got a second slip in. Bowls to Vince. Vince just plays quietly forward there. This could be a maiden. Didn't see too many of those. I think the last time there was a maiden bowled here was in a 6-over slog that Middlesex wanted to get 75, and the first over was a maiden, so they got 75 off 5. It was a tie. It was bowled by Chris Wood the first over. We thought, oh, this game's all over. And then they went to absolutely went to the cleaners after that. So 1 ball and it's a maiden as Henry comes in and Vince works it away. No, it's not. It'll only be a single though. It's a good over. And Hampshire are 10 for 1 after 2.
Yep, good over from Matt Henry.
Thank you to those of us that those 1 or 2 emailed during the women's game actually, which I missed. There was a situation where Freya Kemp was running between the wicket and lost her bat, and there was a question about can a player still get in if they lose the bat? Yes, they can, as long as you get your foot in or your body in. There's no problem. Don't have to have the bat.
You don't have to have the bat. You could drop the bat and run if you felt it would make you any quicker. Craig Overton then into James Vince, taken on the pad. Again, Overton bowling a good full length, cramping James Vince for room. There's not much pace in this pitch, judging by the women's game that was played earlier on. Ball was coming slowly onto the bat. It wasn't easy for the batters to play big shots. Tom Cadmore still in there at slip in his pink and blue cricket shoes. Overton in and bowls, and Vince is down the pitch, driving, missing, through to Tom Banton. Sort of a skittish start this from James Vince. He's not looking his usual commanding self yet.
There's just a little bit of movement, isn't there? The ball before just gave a hint of it nipping in. That's just angled away. There's just enough, not a lot.
Here he comes again, and this time Vince plays that up to Will Smead at mid-off. Smead, who's been in excellent form in this competition, just pulled his horns in a little bit this year and not gone out all guns blazing right from the start, and he looks a much better player for it. Must be close to getting called up for the county championship side. Overton in, bowls to Vince, who's taken on the pad. They go through for a leg by as the sun comes out. Good crowd here at the Utilita Bowl. How many did you reckon here?
Well, they were hoping for
7,000?
6. Yeah, there's more. Yeah, I think you're right.
I think if there were 4,000 here for the women's game, then I think there's probably 7,000.
I think you're right.
Here for this game, which is good to see on a Sunday afternoon. Brings back memories of the good old Sunday League, in which you played so many times.
Yeah.
Here's Overton in a bowls to Albert, who won't get a run here, as that's played to Sean Dixon at extra cover. Craig Overton's been economical in this season's blast, but hasn't picked up many wickets. In fact, he's only picked up 2 wickets. He's going at 7.4 runs and over, but not taking wickets. He's in, bowls to Albert, who turns this into the onside for a single. Score moves on to 12 for 1 at the end of the 3rd over, with James Vince on 1, Toby Albert on 8. Somerset winning the toss and asking Hampshire to have a bat, which is what they normally do if they win the toss. Not sure it's necessarily the right thing to do. I'm a bit of a believer in scoreboard pressure, and Hampshire can put a big score on the board. Here comes Matt Henry in, bowls to Albert, who pushes this into the offside and sets off for a quick single. Gets there comfortably enough as Tom Abel comes racing in from extra cover. 13 for 1. Sun is out, blue sky overhead, the dark clouds disappearing away to the east as Matt Henry is in and bowls to James Vince, who gets a bouncer, and he's advancing, and that's given us a wide. And Matt Henry doesn't like that, because Vince was quite a long way down the pitch, and I think that was a legitimate response from the bowler to batsman giving him the charge. But wide it is, 14 for 1, signalled by Mike Burns, formerly of Somerset, of course.
He's done us a favour, hasn't he, then? I need to see that again, actually.
Don't seem to be getting many replays on the live stream. Matt Henry just having a word with Craig Overton. Here he comes. He's yours, Matt Henry.
Right. I wish he was ours, as Vince hits that away, not timed, goes out towards deep square leg. He moves on to 2, an uncharacteristic 2 at this stage of the innings. That's come off 11 balls, 15 for 1. I just think the rain has made the surface a little greasy, and it's not easy just to hit through the ball at the moment. Albert back on strike, 10 off 7. He's played a couple of nice shots so far. Alior's already gone. Second ball for no score. Caught around the corner off Craig Overton. Here's Henry in bright sunshine now. Full delivery, worked off his toes, out towards deep mid-wicket. Won't quite go all the way, or will it? That's a great pickup.
Tom Lammonby.
Great pickup. Made a lot of ground up there away to our left.
He's a very good fielder. He's not quite as good as Tom Abel. He's not quite as quick as Tom
Who is
Abel.
Anthony?
Well, Craig Overton is.
They're all Somerset though. Surely there must be somebody else around the country that's not bad.
Yeah. But I can.
No, they are. Yeah,
I
of
can
course they are.
comment on Somerset fielders.
I've not seen Craig Overton drop a catch in about 20 years. And he's always in positions where the ball goes up in the air. Let's play it out into the covers, whether he's in the slips, whether he's deep. I can't ever remember in games that Hampshire have played, has he ever dropped one?
Yeah, he's got a wonderful pair of hands. And of course he's 6'5" tall, so if he's on the boundary, he's maximising your chances of
It's not fair.
taking the catch.
17 for 1. We're in the 4th over here. Hampshire haven't been put into bat. 40-minute late start because of showers of rain, but it's beautiful sunshine now and probably will continue for a while as Albert drives that up through mid-on. That'll be 4 runs. Well, he's timing it a little bit better than James Vince is at the moment. And he moves on to 16 from 10. Toby Albert playing his 49th T20 game this afternoon. Strike rate of 128 per 100 balls, just a little bit below Vince, but Vince is into his 440th T20.
Craig Overton has the highest ratio of catches per match in domestic T20 cricket. Thank you, Steve Pittard. It's 0.76 of a catch per match.
Wow. Does he have a life?
Oh!
That's a lovely shot through
Lovely
the covers,
shot,
giving himself some room, getting that front foot way out of the way and just carving that through the covers. And that's a boundary to end the over 29 for 1. Does he have a life?
Yeah, of course he does. Although he is retired joint landlord of the Rose and Crown at Hampshire, this can be known. So he's got a bit more time to supply me with facts and figures.
To work out that, though, I think I would argue that he has too much time.
The cricketer with the second best ratio of catches per match, guess who that is?
Tom Abel.
Yeah.
No! There's a shock.
He's at 0.7. Craig Overton at 0.76.
There are other players playing, Mr. Pittard.
Is Big Craig in from this hotel end bowls and again just gets James Vince in a little bit of a tangle as he tries to turn that into the onside. 25 for 1 in 4 overs, so honours just about even so far.
He's not happy out there, James Vince. He's not happy about the way he's playing at the moment.
No,
I mean, that could very easily change, of course, but you just see just the way he's wandered out there and looked away and the way he's picked up the ball and passed it back to the bowler a couple of times.
Here's Overton in again, and he swings, and this is going to be not cut off by Sean Dixon. Kohler Cadmore will stop it from going to the boundary. Wasn't timed particularly well by James Vince. If he'd timed that, it would have flashed across the outfield out to the straight boundary, but again it's not. It moves on to 4. 27 for 1. Somerset have got a couple of out of form batsmen as well. The two Toms, Banton and Abel, struggling a bit at the moment.
Sorry to hear that.
Here's Overton into Vince, who swings this away, and Abel will field out at deep square leg. Again, didn't really get hold of that James Vince in the way that he can. He's such a powerful striker of the ball when he's going well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it'll click back into gear. I just hope that when it does, he's still out there and he doesn't get too frustrated.
28 for 1. As Overton is into Toby Albert, who waits on a slower ball and goes through to Tom Banton, dot ball.
Great slow ball, that one. 2 bounces through to the keeper.
He's been working on his variations as Craig Overton. His stop delivery is on a good length aimed at the top of off stump. And he's in and bowls. This is a full-length delivery which is launched up in the air. Kohler Cadmore won't get to it. Again, it was a bit of a miss-hit from Toby Albert, and just as well it was in the power play with nobody out at long off. 2 runs are taken, 30 for 1. We're in the 5th over. Craig Overton's gone for 15 so far. He's bowling to Albert, who turns this down to long leg, and a very good stop down there by Tom Abel. Deep backward square leg. Had to move quickly there and got down low, got everything behind it. Kept them down to just a single. It's the end of the 5th over. 31 for 1 with Toby Albert setting the pace on 23 from 14. James Vince finding it all a bit of a struggle at the moment. 5 from 14.
Alior, the one wicket that has fallen in for the injured Chris Lynn. Disappointing after his half-century last night. Sort of lit up Hove, really. A really exciting knock-off, about 27 balls off the top of my head. Alior out, second ball, flicking Craig Overton down the leg side to Lewis Goldworthy, who was up on the 30-yard circle. He was out second ball. Got a change of bowling at the far end.
Some pace, some serious pace.
This Riley Meredith, the Australian, who won the Big Bash League during the winter with the Hobart Hurricanes. Comes in right arm over and bowls, steps away, cuts that away. Good stop at backward a point.
Ben Green.
Lovely dive, low down to his right.
Saved 4 runs.
Did, didn't it? So last over of the power play, 5 balls in which Hampshire can make use of just 2 fielders out on the boundary. Both of those are behind square on the leg side, which might suggest Meredith might stick in a short ball here and there. But a great crowd here, I have to say, for this double-header. Record women's crowd earlier of over 4,700. And I think Anthony's right. I think we are approaching 7-8 here as Meredith comes in again from the pavilion end. Pulled away, not timed. It's gone off the end of the bat, back to the bowler. And there is no run. 6 T20s internationals as well for Australia. The last of those against Scotland in September of last year.
He's the leading wicket taker for Somerset in this year's blast, with 21 at 14, economy rate of just over 8. He can be expensive though. That's, you know, the faster you bowl, the faster it goes off the bat.
And being at Taunton as well doesn't help. Yeah. Short, hammered away, and Vince gets out of the way. He needs to, because that's gone for 4 up to the top end of the ground. 15 love.
Case in point.
There's just a horizontal match shot there from Albert.
Slog, I think, is the description.
Albert moves on to 27 from 17. Hampshire on to 35 from 1. Yeah, Vince having to take evasive action at the non-striker's end. Albert playing the shots here.
Well, top of the averages for Hampshire.
There's Meredith in again and bowls. He's gone for the ramp, misses it. And it goes through to the keeper. Decent pace. Banton is standing a couple of yards inside the 30-yard circle.
Yes, he is genuinely quick. Yeah. He can crank it up to 90 miles an hour.
No wonder Hobart Hurricanes had a good winter with him in the side. First time they'd ever won the Big Bash.
Yep. Much to the delight of Somerset's chief executive, Jamie Cox, another Tasmanian.
Oh, right, okay. Yep. There's Meredith pulled away, it's up in the air, it should be caught and bowled, and it is. Second wicket down. Albert goes for 27, trying to pull that away on the leg side, and it just sort of hit somewhere near the top of the bat and just spooned up.
Too quick, too quick. That's what pace can do. Just rushed onto him, and was in no position really to play what was effectively another slog. Straightforward, caught and bowled. So Somerset will be pretty happy with that, because Toby Albert's been in good form.
Toby Albert was caught and bowled by Ryan Meredith for 27.
New batter for Hampshire is Joe
And the
Weatherly.
batter for Hampshire Hawks is number 5, Joe Weatherly.
He strikes at 127 per 100 balls career-wise. And this season, he's got 1/2 century. It was against Kent down in Canterbury, striking at 124, so he literally is doing what it says on the tin.
He's one of these, a bit like Sean Dixon, he's a sort of split personality batsman. You know, he's very stodgy and defensive-minded, very correct in red ball cricket, but he can give it a whack when it's a white ball coming down at him.
Yeah, he's
Good cricketer is Joe Weatherly.
yes, his slug sweep across the line has got him a lot of runs in this form of cricket. Let's hope he gets a few of those out today. Might struggle to slug sweep this guy. Is it me? I can't remember.
Yeah,
I've
it is,
forgotten.
yeah,
It's been a long day already. As Meredith comes in again, just works it away on the leg side. He's off the mark straight away. Moves on to 36 for 2, end of the 6th over.
Yep, good power play for Somerset. They'll be pleased to have picked up 2 wickets and restricted Hampshire to 36. Just 6 runs and over. So far, so good.
Thanks very much, Anthony. Charlie Harden will come in alongside me, Kevin James. I think it's literally about half what they got last night in Hove. It was certainly up around the 60s, maybe even touched 70 last night with Vince and Chris Lynn. But Chris Lynn not in the side today. He got a painful whack on the hand actually while he was batting against Tamal Mills, but it's the hamstring strain that he suffered. Hasn't actually played any cricket since January, so probably understandable that something has just twinged a little bit. You do the first one, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Kevin. What a pleasure. Pleasure to be back. Ali Orr fell after 2 balls, and then a good show of resistance from Toby Abbott with a few lovely, beautifully timed 4s. But Craig Overton starts his 4th here to Joe Weatherly. Bowls, and it's beaten him on the inside edge and has missed everything. And it will be a dot ball. But a heck of a dot ball, Kevin.
It was, wasn't it? That's nipped back. That's nipped back. These showers of rain that's got on the pitch before the covers got on has just freshened this wicket up a little bit, and it's made it. I mean, these bowlers do hit the deck. You know, your Matt Henrys and your Craig Overtons, they do hit the deck. They will find something.
Overton in again to Joe Weatherly, who's playing missing again. He's followed one. It's a beautiful out-swinging delivery on a good length. Joe Weatherly looks absolutely flummoxed, and he couldn't get anywhere near it.
Well, one's nipped back and one's just angled away. No wonder Overton's having a smile there. I mean, you want to roll this wicket up every day of the week.
Especially after a little bit of rain. Craig Overton turning at the top of his mark. Comes in again to Joe Weatherly, who's playing through the leg side. Another play and a miss. He's gone to work it with a closed bat face this time through mid-wicket. Again, another one that nips away, and Craig Overton is having the time of his life out there. He's 1 for 16 off 3.3, 3 dots, 3 playing and misses, 3 jaffers to start the over.
Yeah. That's a big leg break, that. He's struggling to get a bat on that.
As he stands ready again. Maybe another play and a miss to come, who knows. Craig Overton into Joe Weatherly, who works it into the leg side, a little bit lofted, but it will be 1 run, well picked up by the mid-wicket in the ring.
Well, there's some clues as to why James Vincent hasn't really been timing the ball so far. There is, there you can just see Joe Weatherly, if you're watching the live picture feed there, just saying to James Vince, look, there's a bit of seam movement there, just outstretched right hand, just showing Vince that ball is seaming. I'm sure James Vince knows, he's been out there since the start.
Overton in again, pushed into the offside, no run. Shows how well Toby Albert batted and shows what kind of form he's in. Currently, as it stands, Vince is still out there, but Albert is the top run scorer for Hampshire.
Yeah, I mean, he timed it from the word go, really, didn't he?
He had 3 beautiful 4s. One where he kind of backed away and slapped it through extra cover. One down the ground. Got a bit early on a pull shot, but whacked Matt Henry back down the ground. That was a brilliant shot. Final ball of Craig Overton's over to James Vince, and it is no run. Brilliant start to the innings for Somerset. Craig Overton, Matt Henry and Riley Meredith have combined absolutely brilliantly so far, and Hampshire lie 37 for 2, going at just over 5 and over from 7 overs.
Well, I'll tell you what, as a batter, you'd be thinking, right, now where are we going to score these runs? Because Craig Overton is hard work, Matt Henry is hard work, and so is Riley Meredith. Now that's 12 of the 20 overs that are almost taken care of. So you've got to look around and say, right, who are we actually going to try and target here? I think if Lewis Goldsworthy comes on with his slow left-arm spin, I think they're going to go after him big time.
I agree. 2 for 31 in the last game for Lewis Goldsworthy.
Here's Meredith. Comes in, right arm, fast medium, and that's cut away, fielded at backward at point. Joe Weatherly is facing. Ben Green will be bowling as well, mixture of his off-cutters, and he's very much medium pace, but he looks innocuous, but has very clever changes of pace, and a bowler of his pace to do well at Taunton as well, which he does, means he's very skillful. So you know, you'd probably be looking at him, but you have to be a little bit careful. So not too many opportunities at the moment for Hampshire batters. As in comes Meredith again and bowls, and it's played into the ground by Weatherly. Well, I'm sure the crowd are looking around, and there's quite a few of them thinking, well, we're not seeing too much entertainment off the bat, but believe me, Somerset are bowling well. It's on a pitch which is giving them a little bit of help. So it's not that easy just to go out there and just sort of hit through the line of the ball willy-nilly.
Feels like an important toss to win as well.
Looks like
I think Somerset, with the bowlers they've got to go out there and bowl after a little rain delay. Still a little bit of green on that surface. Looks tough to bat.
Yeah, it's just freshened it up, hasn't it, really? Here's Meredith again from the pavilion end. Comes in and bowls to Weatherly. Well, Weatherly gets one that goes through him. Kept a little low, actually. It's gone past the inside edge. Again, just a hint of movement from the ball. It is difficult. It feels actually it's more difficult out there now than it was in the first couple of overs.
Absolutely. I think James Vince wouldn't say so. I think he's been suffering a little bit throughout this whole inning so far. But we know how classy James Vince is as a cricketer. And he's got 227 runs, now 232 in this blast. So he's got some shots to come, that's for sure.
Well, let's hope so. He's being becalmed at the moment, but it's Weatherly that's facing. Meredith in again, bowl, slow ball, hook, tried to hook it, and that's not called a wide, it's called one for the over. That's a good bounce, that's a good length actually. I know there was a bit of controversy earlier with Matt Henry's short ball, that didn't get up as high.
No, that was a good, well-judged bounce there from Riley Meredith, who we have talked about being the top wicket-taker for Somerset. He's also the second leading wicket-taker in the Vitality Blast, with 21 wickets in just 9 games. Now 22.
It's a good head of steam up, doesn't he? I mean, look at Banton, where he's standing. He's literally 2 yards inside that 30-yard circle. Maybe 3 yards by the time he gets down. Weatherly works that away on the onside. Goes out to deep square leg, but it's only a single. My word, it looks hard out there at the moment for Hampshire. 38 for 2. We're coming towards the end of the 8th.
These two just doing well just to hang around at the minute. There are times where T20 matches call for all guns blazing, however it is not that time, and actually it's really important that these two just stop a collapse, really hold up this innings for Hampshire, and maybe conditions should get a little bit better for batting throughout the innings.
Well, let's hope it doesn't wait until Somerset's reply. Being totally biased about it. Meredith in again, bowls to Vince. Vince works that up to mid-on. He'll have to hurry, have to hurry. Throw, underarm throw from Overton, misses the stumps. It might have been close.
This is the pressure they're building, Kevin. It's causing decisions like that to be made. Every single run matters out here for Hampshire, and it means they're going to have to take a few risks, taking some runs inside the ring. So Vince is currently sitting on 6 of 17 deliveries. He's going at a strike rate of 35. Joe Weatherly very similar. He's 3 off 10. And it looks incredibly challenging out there for the Hampshire batsmen, but they are 39 for 2 nonetheless, only 2 wickets down, and 8 overs have gone. So Craig Overton, a positive for Hampshire, has used up all 4 of his overs. He bowled a magnificent spell of 1 for 17, but on comes Ben Green.
Well, I think they are going to have to target him a little bit.
Absolutely. James Vince on strike to Ben Green. What could we see as he goes to hoik him over the covers? That's got through. I'm not sure if it'll reach the boundary. It will. 4 runs. An on-the-up cover drive from James Vince. Instantly, we can see their plans to Ben Green.
Yeah, you have to. You know, as a batter out there, you know, you can't just accept that, you know, 3 bowlers bowling 12 overs, you're going to struggle to get away. I mean, obviously you are, but you then have to go big on the others.
This is an interesting period where the temporary captain in Tom Kohler-Cadmore needs to make a few decisions. Here we go, Ben Green again, this time whacking down the ground from James Vince, and it runs away for 4. James Vince really taking on Ben Green, putting the pressure straight back onto this Somerset bowler, where Craig Overton, Meredith and Henry have been building up the pressure. Ben Green needs to put a little bit of that momentum back in Somerset's way.
Well, there you are. You got your answer in the first 2 balls of this over. Vince targeting Ben Green.
He moves on to 14 off 19. Hampshire's at 47 for 2 off 8.2 overs. Vince again slashing to the deep man this time. Will be 1 run into the cover region. Just a kind of backward cut. Good cricket there from James Vince. 4-4 single. Brings Joe Weatherly back on strike. Maybe he could take on Green with a couple of those slog sweeps as well.
Yeah, well, he's put the bowler under pressure, hasn't he? He's watched 3 bowlers get a bit of life out of this pitch and not go for too many, and here he is, 3 balls into his spell, and he's gone for 9.
Green in again, this time to Joe Weatherly, who just works it up to long on for a single. I think Joe Weatherly will be quite happy to play this role alongside James Vince.
Yeah, oh, definitely. James Vince might just have located the middle of the bat a little bit more than he was doing.
Yeah.
But that was so tough. I mean, that was a tough opening 8 overs. I mean, the last 2 overs have gone for 3.
Meredith and Overton combining beautifully after a couple overs of Matt Henry as well. It really didn't stop, but here's Ben Green again to James Vince, who's cutting through the offside. This is 4 straight away off the bat. Brilliant strike from James Vince, and he's showing his class and why he's the all-time blast leading run scorer. James Vince moves on to 19.
Yeah, I mean, Ben Green's not the same pace as the other guys on, so, you know, I say the only thing Ben Green offers you is subtle changes of pace. But you know, as a bowler, you know, I think most people in this situation would think, right, we've got to go after him.
14 off the over so far. 1 ball to go. Ben Green punched into the offside, and Vince keeps the strike for the next over with a single out to deep cover. 54 for 2, 9 overs gone. 15 runs from that first over from Ben Green, and a little bit of pressure release for the Hampshire batters, and signs that outside the 12 overs from Meredith, Henry and Overton, maybe there's some runs to get in those other 8 overs.
Yeah, now here's Lewis Goldsworthy with his slow left arm, so he'll be the other one that they'll target. Overton 4 overs, 1 for 17, great spell from him. Matt Henry 2 overs, none for 14, 2 more from him. And Riley Meredith has also got 2 more overs to come, 2 overs, 1 for 7. So Green and Goldsworthy charged with the task for Somerset to try and keep the runs down. As far as Hampshire are concerned, this next little spell with these 2 bowlers is quite important.
Crucial.
So he's bowling from the pavilion end. Vince is looking around the field, finding the gaps before he's even played. That's way outside off stump. I think Goldsworthy thought Vince was going to come down the wicket. He's called a wide. Vince almost had to run over to the offside to let it go. That's how wide it was. I think Goldsworthy's very aware they're going to look to get after him as that's hit off the back foot, but only finds extra cover. Kohler-Cadmore throws the bowl into the keeper.
You must feel that on this skiddy surface it must be down the ground. Looks like to be a good option.
Yeah, well, they've got that covered. It needs to be a strong hit, doesn't it? Vince cuts that away, misses, or maybe he's got an edge. It's gone past the gloves of Banton. It's racing down to 3rd man. That'll be 4. Just the thinnest of deflections, just enough to take it past Banton's gloves.
Valuable runs there for James Vince. Hampshire gaining 4 off the edge of the bat. Let's have a little look at this one. Yeah, it has definitely taken an edge there off James Vince's bat. That's what comes on this skiddy surface.
Vince moves on to 20 from 23. Here's Goldsworthy again around the wicket. Vince drives up to deep mid-off, jog through for a single. And Hampshire move on to 59 for 2 now in the 10th over. It's been a pretty slow process so far against some very good bowling. And the sunshine is out. Perfect weather this afternoon now. Weatherly cuts but finds backward of point.
He'll be a little bit frustrated with that. It was a short ball from Goldsworthy, and Weatherly will be looking to rotate the strike every single ball if he possibly can.
Goldsworthy again. Weatherly gives himself some room, just guides that to backward a point. But again, Ben Green fields well. And there is no run. One ball left of the 10th over. So we've already had the women's game this afternoon. A win for Hampshire in the last over. Can they make it 2 out of 2 as Weatherly cuts that away to backward a point? There is a fielder out there. Weatherly will pick up 2. That ends the over for Goldsworthy. Apart from the wide and the first ball, off the bat it went for 7, and Hampshire move on to 62 for 2 at the halfway stage.
Not a bad start that from Goldsworthy. We predicted maybe a little bit more intent from the Hampshire batters there. However, a few dots in the middle of the over as Goldsworthy bowled well to his field meant that we go to the other end with still a little bit of pressure on the Hampshire batsmen. 62 for 2 off 10 overs. Vince is back up to a strike rate of 1 a ball. He's made 25. Weatherly at the other end is on 6 off 14 deliveries. Who do we see coming on now, Kevin? Tom Lammonby. Took a few wickets in the county championship game here earlier in the season, rather unpredictably.
He does get some shape on him.
He does, and he's in for Lewis Gregory. The captain is ill today, so Tom Lammonby begins his spell. Runs in, left arm over the wicket. James Vince cuts really fine down to the third man boundary for 4. Looks like an edge. I don't think he quite meant it to go that fine. However, that's the second 4 off the fine edge of James Vince's bat. He moves on to 29.
It's a very wide delivery, that one, to start off with. Yeah, they're missing a bowling option now with no Lewis Gregory. I think ideally Gregory coming in behind the other 3 that bowled up top, that really would have made things difficult.
Lammonby in. Pulled away by James Vince hard. Will go straight to the fielder. Deep square leg. 3 men out on the leg side here for Somerset. Deep square, deep mid wicket, and a long on. And it looks like for Joe Weatherly, the long off is coming inside the circle. And we've got a short fine leg, a short third man. Both umpires are in the colours of Somerset. So it makes it a little bit tricky to see who's fielding where. However, Tom Lammonby comes into bowl. 5 off the first 2 balls. Weatherly cutting inside edge, almost plays onto his stumps, plays through to the keeper for no run. 67 for 2 here for Hampshire, 10.3.
Yeah, missed out a little bit there, Joe Weatherly. Perhaps the ball didn't quite bounce as much as he thought it was going to.
He hasn't quite been able to latch on to too many of these short deliveries so far. As he stands ready, bat highly raised behind him. As Tom Lammonby throws the ball out completely accidentally, and it probably takes about 10 bounces before it reaches Joe Weatherly.
What is going on there? I think he's trying to transfer the ball from his right hand to his left hand at the last minute, and it's just bobbled out. How weird is that?
Is that gone down to the dot? Yeah, it's dead ball. Dead
Yeah,
ball.
dead ball.
Yeah. Surprised Joe Weatherly didn't try and absolutely obliterate that one. Tom Lammonby in again, 4th ball of his over. Played down the ground, high, long off's coming round, but it will be 6 for Joe Weatherly. A really important boundary for him. Didn't look like he got it straight out of the middle of the bat. However, the power that he carries brought it straight over the long off boundary for a welcome 6 for Hampshire.
That's a great shot, isn't it? Well, we are seeing a situation here where when the 3 main bowlers are off, Hampshire are beginning to tuck into the others. And they're getting some momentum in the innings where it wasn't there a little earlier.
These 8 overs from Lammonby, Goldsworthy and Ben Green are going to be pivotal in this game. Could sway the whole thing. Joe Weatherly, 2 balls to go on this Lammonby over. 11 off it so far. Left arm over, bowls, cut down towards backward point. They sneak through for a single because there's a little misfield, but it will only be 1 to that fielder.
Yeah, that's only off this over. We've got 10, we've got 12 off this over so far. Lewis Goldsworthy, his over went for 8. Ben Green's over went for 15.
They're doing it right so far, Hampshire. Tom Lammonby, final ball of his over. 12 runs off it and a play and a miss. A crucial play and a miss there for Tom Lammonby as Vince chucks his bat on the floor and he asks for a drink after 11 overs gone.
If I'm honest, I'm not sure how much James Vince is actually enjoying life out there at the moment. I think the thing is, he's got to the stage in his career and in his life and whatever that unless everything comes out of the middle of the bat, he's never quite sort of happy. And I think he's a little frustrated out there at times. But the most important thing is he's still there.
Absolutely.
And actually, on the whole, an innings of 30 off 28 is not actually that bad,
especially in these conditions, Kev.
Yeah, that's right. You know, early on when it was, it looked for a couple of overs, it looked difficult to get bat and bowl, let alone anything else.
And Weatherly at the minute playing a good support role. He's on 13 off 17, and it's all come from that slow start at the beginning.
Is it me? Goldsworthy bowls. It's outside the off stump, but it's cut away, and it's going to be 4 runs. So Weatherly had to really reach for that one. And boundary to start this over from Goldsworthy. I mentioned earlier that Goldsworthy's over went for 8, but of course there was a wide in that as well, so you had an extra run on that as well. So Somerset are really struggling when Overton, Henry and Meredith are not bowling, and as you say, with no Lewis Gregory, trying to get 8 overs from those 3, as Weatherly again gives himself some room, just guides that out to deep point. Weatherly moves on to 18 from 19 now, 79 for 2 Hampshire.
Brilliant batting from Joe Weatherly, understanding that actually that deep cover, that gap there in the ring, is a great area for him to score through. 4 and a 1 in 2 balls.
To the 12th over here, Hampshire having been put into bat when Somerset won the toss. We had a 40-minute delay for a couple of rain showers as that's turned away for a single on the leg side by Vince, who now moves on to 31. Just a reminder, no Chris Lynn in the Hampshire side today. He's got a little bit of a dodgy hamstring after his innings last night, his first innings since January. So he misses out. Ali Orr lasted just 2 balls. Slog sweep there from Joe Weatherly. That's his shot. And that has gone a long way away to our left. He really has got hold of that one. My word.
We're playing on a wicket just right of centre, and he's hit it all the way across the whole Utilita Bowl, almost into the groundsman's areas. Might have to pick that ball out of one of the tractors down there. Brilliant shot from Joe Weatherly. His signature slog sweep is in full flow.
That's a 50 partnership up between these two as well. Weatherly drives up towards mid-off. 87 for 2. These two have put on 52 now in 5 overs. So that run rate that was a little slow before these two got together has significantly increased. As Goldsworthy is in, and Vince hits that up towards mid-off. He'll keep the strike. That's 12 overs here at the Utilita Bowl, and Hampshire are 86 for 2. 12 runs off that over. Earlier, Ali Orr out second ball for no score, and Toby Albert made 27 off 19. Charlie Harden will stay on, and the next voice you will hear will be Anthony Gibson from BBC Somerset. And we have 8 overs left of the Hampshire innings.
BBC Radio Somerset. We used to be BBC Somerset, and before that we were BBC Somerset Sound in the old days. Well, this innings sort of in the balance at the moment. Somerset could break this partnership, they'll feel a lot happier. But against that, the next man in is Hilton Cartwright, who's a force to be reckoned with. Matt Henry's coming back into the attack. He's yours, isn't he?
I'll take Matt Henry's over.
Charlie?
88 for 2 Hampshire, 12 overs gone. Matt Henry running in to James Vince. Punching over mid-off. This could go for 6, it does. What a brilliant shot. Just a punch. He's held the pose after a drive, and he's lofted all the way over mid-off for a magnificent 6. Great shot, James Vince.
Yeah, I was thinking earlier on in the innings that ball wasn't really coming on to the bat off this pitch, but the last few overs, certainly James Vince has found his timing.
It's a great sign for Somerset. He'll be batting in favourable batting conditions later down the line, as Matt Henry in again, bowls to James Vince, who's cutting away through the covers. Ball's coming on really nicely onto James Vince's bat now, as Joe Weatherly takes a strike. 95 for 2. Somerset
They've got to find 4 overs between Lewis Goldsworthy and Tom Lemmonby. They've found 3 of them so far. But Ben Green's got to come back and bowl his 3 overs, and he was very expensive in his first, went for 15.
Henry 7 off his first 2 into Wedley, who works it into the leg side. That'll be 1 run. They run the first one hard, but it's picked up by a deep square leg into that region where 3 men are deep on the leg side boundary. We've got a short fine leg, short third man. They're deep cover with point cover, and now long off going out as well. 5 men out on the boundary, 96 for 2. Matt Henry turns at the top of his mark, striding in with James Vince on strike. He's punching it into the offside for no run. He's been turned back by Joe Weatherly. A little bit of confusion, but
stupid.
Overthrows. Means they do get
Ben
through
Green.
for 1 run.
It was a brilliant piece of fielding to make the stop, and then he shied it at the non-striker's end with nobody at home. If he was going to throw it at the stumps, he should have thrown it at the batsman's end, because Vince had come 4 or 5 yards down the pitch.
Means 9 runs off the over so far. 4 balls in. Pull attempted, but it's only come off the bottom of the bat of Joe Weatherly. Could even have hit him, but it is 1 run nonetheless. It goes down as runs for Joe Weatherly. He moves on to 27.
What are we looking at? 13th over, 7 overs to go. 170, 180, something like that.
Yeah, I think 180 would be a fine show from here, and I think we need to be above par if possible, because that second innings, as we've seen throughout this one, ball's coming on a lot nicer as the time goes by. Henry into Vince, who pushes it into the offside. They'll get through for a jogged single to end that over. It was a good end from Matt Henry, and the over goes for 11 in the end. A good show of momentum coming back Hampshire's way as this partnership builds evermore.
Looks like Ben Green coming on from the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion end, to give it its full title, as we always call it the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end at Taunton, to distinguish it from all the other pavilions that there are at the county ground at Taunton. Ben Green needs to make a bit of a comeback. He's expensive. He's gentle, medium pace, got plenty of variations. He's no Benny Howell, but probably bowls at about a similar sort of pace. He's bowling to James Vince, who's on 41 and looking threatening. Green in and bowls, and this is punched away and very well fielded by Tom Kohler-Cadmore at extra cover. That was destined for the boundary, had Kohler-Cadmore not intervened, plunging down to his left-hand side. There in his pink and blue cricket boots, date back to his time with the Rajasthan Royals, I think. This is driven by Vince, but Overton is waiting for it at long on, so it's just a single, but it's the century on the board for the Hampshire Hawks. 113.2 overs, and they've just been gradually accelerating. Joe Weatherly on 27 from 23. Green in, bowls down the leg side and takes him, I think, on the pad, and there probably would have been a run there, but James Vince decided against it. Good stop by Tom Banton, but he was sprawling on the ground, not really in a position to get his throw away to the stumps, and there was nobody at the stumps.
And it's a good start for Ben Green so far, 1 off the first 3 balls.
Here he comes again into Weatherly, hits this hard, high and handsome for 6, and it carries this rather pathetically short boundary by about 30 yards away towards the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, away to our left. Fine blow, cleared the front leg, swung through the ball. It's a shot of which Tom Kohler-Cadmore would be proud. It's one of his favourites. Brings Weatherly 6 runs, takes the Hampshire Hawks on to 106 for 2 in the 14th. Green and it bowls, and this is pulled down to Will Smead at backward square leg, just for a single. So 8 runs off the over so far, with 1 ball to go. Anything other than a boundary, and Ben Green will feel that he hasn't bowled too badly in this over. He's bowling to Vince, who's there, bowls. Vince drives, but it'll only be a single as Tom Abel is out there at deep cover, sends in the return. End of the over, 108 for 2, just the 9 runs from that over from, just the 9 runs from Ben Green.
It's all relative.
Yeah, it is.
73 is the partnership for these two. Vince and Weatherly playing beautifully in tandem. 34 for Weatherly, and out of this partnership it's 38 for Vince, but he's on 43 in total. He has gone from being about 5 off 15 at one point, and now he is striking over 100 for his 43 off 37.
Big over coming up here. Could be a very big over for Hampshire.
Could be a big over for Somerset. Who knows? Goldsworthy.
Oh, no. It could, but not with this boundary, I think.
Not unlikely. Here we go. Vince this time punching off the back foot to deep cover for 1 run.
Would be a spin bowler on a flat pitch with short boundaries.
Goldsworthy, the number 44, as Vince moves on to 44 himself. Could that be a sign? Who knows? Weatherly stands ready. Goldsworthy left arm round the wicket, bowling. Cut away, only to point for no run. Joe Weatherly has played well so far, but he hasn't really been able to get too many of those cuts away.
And Somerset have got backward point and third man up inside the fielding circle.
Cut away doesn't work again. It's a dot ball for Lewis Goldsworthy. Little bit of pressure building. Weatherly knows how much this over means to Hampshire. 1 off the first 3 balls. Goldsworthy again round the wicket, down the track. Weatherly, who pushes it out to long on for 1 run. Little bit of frustration there from Joe Weatherly.
Yeah, he didn't really get hold of that at all.
No, he also swallowed up 3 balls there from Goldsworthy. Bit of pressure on Vince here. Could he get a boundary away as he works it into the leg side for 1 run? Good bowling from Lewis Goldsworthy. A great line of length.
Yes, he's not tall, Lewis Goldsworthy. He's 5'6" tall.
Wow.
But he's got a big heart. Gutsy little cricketer.
3 balls, 3 runs off the over so far. And it's a brilliant delivery. Only 1 run as Weatherly pushes it out into the offside. Some clapping from Anthony Gibson because he knows how much importance that Goldsworthy over carries. 4 off it. He's 0 for 26 off 3 overs.
Yeah, very good over from Lewis Goldsworthy. And Liam Dawson won't be too distressed to see that, because he'll have a big part to play for Hampshire.
Liam Dawson will be key. He took best figures so far this year of 4 for 26. That came against Essex, and he's taken 8 wickets in the blast so far, going at an average of just 19.
And we've got some pace now from the pavilion end. Riley Meredith coming back into the attack. He's what's he bowled? 2 overs, 1 for 7. He's into bowl to Weatherly. He's there and bowls. Weatherly swings this away into the onside. Tom Lallenby's after it, gets to it, sends in the left arm return, and they come back for 2 runs. 114 for 2 in the 16th over.
It seems as a whole, back of a length deliveries have been a lot harder to get away, and the full ones have often been pushed back over the bowler's head, but not many boundaries off the back foot so far today.
Well, field is set for the shorter ball, with long on and long off up inside the fielding circle as Meredith is in, bowls to Weatherly, swings this away, and that's gone the distance as well. 6 more to Weatherly. That was short from Meredith. Sorry, Meredith, not Welsh. 120 for 2.
Well, just after I give a fine piece of analysis on how you can't get boundaries off the back foot on this surface, Joe Weatherly whacks Meredith for 6 off the back foot.
Weatherly is actually striking the ball rather better than James Vince at the moment. 44 from 32 he has, compared with Vince's 45 from 39. And Weatherly, that's his 4th-6, I think. Meredith in and bowls to him, and this should just be a single, as Will Smead is quickly in from backward square leg boundary. It is a single. 121 for 2 in the 16th. 9 off the over so far. Just 3 balls have been bowled in it.
Turning into a very lucrative over so far, this one for Hampshire. But Vince now takes a strike.
Somerset have got to be careful that they don't do what they did against Glamorgan on Friday night, which was to concede 44 runs off the last 3 overs. Meredith into Vince, who makes room for himself and slashes this away down to wide third man for 4 runs. Runs are flowing in this over, 125 for 2. The runs are flowing, the noise is deafening.
It's very loud here at the Utilita Bowl. Vince moves on to 49.
I don't know how this can possibly be thought to add to anyone's enjoyment at that volume. Meredith, a slightly chastened Riley Meredith, into bowl to James Vince, who makes room for himself and this time turns this away through the onside. It'll be cut off by Tom Lammonby, and they'll come back for 2 runs, and that is James Vince's 50. There we are, 31 balls with 6 fours and a 6, and he found it tough going at the start, but has gradually upped the scoring rate and is now in a position to carry Hampshire to I say a daunting total, but a more than useful total. Meredith's last ball of 16th over. He's in and bowls to Vince, who swats this away out to Lammonby. This time it'll just be a single as the ball goes directly to him. An expensive over, 9, 13, 15, 16, 17 runs from it, and 128 for 2 with 4 overs to be bowled. So Hampshire still on course for 170, 180, something like that, which will take a bit of getting.
Absolutely. A crucial knock for the Hampshire captain, James Vince, and that's his 3rd half-century of the tournament. He is now well and truly the top run scorer for Hampshire. His 51 so far today. It means that he is on total runs of 278 for the tournament in just 10 innings.
Top run scorer of all time in the domestic T20 cricket, James Vince.
He's been around for a long time and he's showing no signs of aging. Brilliant knock this from James Vince as Ben Green looks to take on another crucial over for Somerset. He's gone for 24 off 2 overs, but that first one went for 15 and the second one was a little bit better, going for just 9. So James Vince stands ready for Ben Green. This is the 17th over. Hampshire are 128 for 2. Ben Green bowls and it's a brilliant wide Yorker, but Vince pushes it out too long off for 1 run. Brings Weatherly back on strike, who's on 45. Run rate going at 8 so far for Hampshire.
He's got a very good strike rate, has Ben Green. His strike rate, 1 wicket every 13.4 deliveries, but he hasn't got a wicket so far in this game.
Is that just this year, or is that?
No, that's career.
Oh, brilliant. Wow. Ben Green, 1 off the first ball. Into Weatherly, a brilliant other wide Yorker, but it is wide, unfortunately, just outside the blue lines. Ben Green looks a little bit frustrated with that decision because it did look like quite a good ball. However, a wide is good for Hampshire. He's 0 for 26 off 2.1.
Well, Weatherly didn't really move across his stump, so there weren't any mitigating circumstances which might have...
Green in again. Another Yorker again. It's gone to third man. There's a chance of a run out, but it's gone past the stumps. No overthrows this time. They get through for a single as Joe Weatherly squirted it to short third man. There was a chance of a run out.
Well, he had virtually all 3 stumps to aim at. It's Matt Henry.
Vince stands ready on 53. Ben Green a bit fuller this time, and it's gone out to the cover boundary for 4. Brilliant shot by James Vince, and Ben Green's wide Yorker plan was just a little bit wrong there, and he bowled it too full, and it was a wide full toss for James Vince to tuck into. 135 for 2.
Partnership now of 100. And well, Somerset aren't exactly coming apart at the seams, but it's their death bowling is a real issue, I think. They're very good up top and not so good towards the end.
Green into Vince, straighter this time, struck on the pad, no run. Vince would be gutted about that. It was almost a full toss there as he shadow bats a sort of scoop that would have put the ball over fine leg into the stands, I'm sure.
It's interesting, all the 6s have been on the eastern side of the ground where they with the longer boundary.
Very interesting.
And which says something for the discipline of the Somerset bowlers, particularly from this hotel end.
Green into Vince, wide again, full again, a single, but Joe Weatherly stumbles and he gets in just. A little bit of hesitation from Joe Weatherly as he apologises to James Vince.
Another run-out chance.
Yeah, a lot of singles in the ring currently.
They practice so much throwing at the stumps, and in practice they're very good at hitting them. When it comes to the real thing, not so much.
Final ball for Ben Green. 8 off it so far. Bowls into Weatherly, wide full toss, cracked out to the deep cover man, and it will be 1 run. Bit of a 4 ball that one, but it is just 1. 9 off the over again for Ben Green. Do you reckon he'll be happy with that?
Probably just about. I think anything in single figures is okay at this stage in proceedings. What Somerset must do is to avoid the really big over. Lewis Gregory against Glamorgan bowled 1 over that went for 24. It's the penultimate over of the innings, and that cost Somerset dearly. So Riley Meredith is going to bowl himself out, which will leave presumably
Matt Henry's got
Matt
1.
Henry. So 17th, the 18th rather, will be bowled by Meredith, and then Henry and Green. Meredith in bowls, and this is dug out. And Lammonby's coming in quickly. They think about coming back for a second run. Just as well they didn't, because Lammonby is very quick. Wasn't the best throw, but he got it in the air very quickly. Saved his side a run. 138 for 2 in the 18th.
You get the sense 175 Hampshire will probably just be happy with, but it means they've got a lot of work still to do. But that target of 180 is just looking a little bit far away.
165 is par here in this decade for the side batting first.
Interesting.
Meredith in bowls. This is driven, and that's 4 runs. No, it's not. He didn't get as well as I thought he had. Tom Abel with the throw, and they come back for a second run as Tom Banton tries to scoop it back onto the stumps. But James Vince would have been home in any case. 140 for 2.
Vince moves on to 16, a crucial captain's knock, but Joe Weatherly can't be overlooked with a magnificent 48 off 36 so far. Hitting some beautiful 6s.
Field set back on the onside as Meredith is into Vince, who swings this away down 2 deep backward square leg, and they settle for just the single as Will Smead does the fielding. 141 for 2.
Interesting how every single fielder possible on the leg side is deep. Fine leg, square leg, mid wicket and long on, all on the boundary. Just deep cover on the offside.
Yes, the umpire in fuchsia as well. Looks like he's a fielder saving one at square leg as Meredith is in bowls, and this is pull shot, which he doesn't get hold of at all. It's Joe Weatherly beaten, well, not beaten by the pace, but discomforted by Riley Meredith's pace. Brings him another single. 1-2-1-1 in this over so far. Riley Meredith can get out of it successfully, he'll be well pleased. He's gone for 28 so far in 3.4 overs, but 2 crucial deliveries coming up.
With James Vince on strike.
Here comes Meredith, this long, smooth, accelerating approach up to the wicket and bowls, and this is swung away for 6 by James Vince. A big, big 6 that was. That would have been 6 even if the boundaries had been set right back. And, well, I think the Yorker would have been a better bet. Spoilt the over.
Meredith's
4, 5, 11 off it so far, still a ball to go.
Meredith's crucial last 2 balls. The first one of them has been hit for 6 by James Vince. Grows ever more importance on this final delivery, and a dot would be really helpful.
Yorker is the ball. He can bowl a very good one, can Riley Meredith. See if that's what he tries. He's in now and bowls. Yeah, it was an attempted Yorker. He didn't get it quite right, and they're going to go. No, they're not going to go through for a single as Meredith followed through, knocked the middle stump out. James Vince wasn't out of his ground, but it was a dot ball. 148 for 2 then, with 2 overs remaining, and Hampshire on course for somewhere around 170, one would imagine, which will take a bit of getting, I fancy, even with these short boundaries and a pretty good pitch.
Yeah, it was just interesting the first 5 or 6 or 7 overs, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, they didn't get going at all.
No.
Good bowling from Somerset, but
Brilliant.
James Vince took a long time to pick up the pace of the pitch. Missed timing his attacking shots, or missing them altogether.
Yeah. You know, that might be a difference. I mean, if Somerset get away to a good start, who knows? Who have we got now? Matt Henry back into the attack, comes in, the New Zealand seamer, and that's going away for 6 over backward, a square leg. Joe Weatherly, half century. Second half century of this year's competition. 5 sixes in that innings of 55 with just 1 4. Weatherly to the rescue once more. Wow.
That was in the slot. It wasn't a very good ball. I don't know what he was trying to do.
154 for 2 as Henry runs away from us and bowls again. Full outside the off stump. Weatherly dabs that away down to deep backward a point. And he moves on to 56 and Hampshire on to 155 for 2. Remember, they only scored 36 for 2 in the power play. It's been a different story since then.
The first delivery was like Matt Henry on autopilot. This is where he'd normally bowl it, which is great in county championship cricket with a red ball. Not so good.
It doesn't quite swing the same, does it? Into Vince this time, full outside the off stump. Vince hits that, hammers that over extra cover. It's almost a 6. You are talking inches short of the rope on the long boundary side. Super shot, James Vince, and he moves on to 71. My word, he had to work so hard in the early part of his innings. Fortunately, he was still there. And he always had a feeling that if conditions just got a little easier, then James Vince would find it easier, and he has. 71 of 51 deliveries, 159 for 2. We are 9 balls away from Hampshire completing their innings. How many can they get here? As Henry comes in again and bowls to Vince. Vince hits it up in the air. Now somebody could be under it. Matt Henry is going to catch it. Yes, he is. Oh no, it's not. It's a free hit. It's a no ball. It is a no ball. Matt Henry.
Lewis Gregory did this on Friday night. Got a wicket off a no ball.
Well, I wonder why he looked a little bit nonchalant with the ball up in the air. It's as if he was like, well, I might take it, I might not. Now we know the call of no ball had been made a lot earlier.
Oh dear.
162 for 2. There are still 9 balls left of the Hampshire innings. And Joe Weatherly will face as Henry runs away from us and bowls. Pulls that away. Now, could this be caught on the boundary? Not quite. They'll pick up 2. It's fumbled as well.
The fumble didn't cost them a run. It would have been 2 there anyway.
164 for 2. And Weatherly moves on to 58 from 40 balls. Cut-off is in 4 minutes' time. They'll be all right, Somerset. They'll get the overs in time. Absolutely loving this crowd, and they're really enthralled by this contest now. It was a little slow to get going as Henry bowls. Cut away by Weatherly. Finds backward a point, but doesn't throw. Allows them to come through for a single. 160.
Nobody backing up, so it would have been at least 1 overthrow if he'd missed, but even if he'd hit the stumps, it would ricocheted away for overthrows.
So James Vince back on strike for the last ball of the penultimate over as Henry comes in and bowls. Vince hits that down the ground. Has he found the gap? No, not quite. Overton comes round at deep mid on. Does well, like he always does. That's why he's there. But Vince will take strike for the start of the last over with Hampshire on 166 for 2.
Yeah, 1 for 34, Matt Henry in his 4 overs.
Yes, I can't wait for the official crowd, which will come out at some point, the crowd number in the Somerset reply. We've already had a record crowd for T20 cricket here domestically for the women earlier, with just under 4,800. I'm not sure the crowd has quite doubled since then, but it has certainly increased by quite a lot, and it is a wonderful atmosphere here. The music does seem to be a little louder than normal, although I'm told actually when around the ground it's not as loud as that. We must have a speaker literally just below us.
Yeah. Right, a lot on Ben Green. He's gone for 33 off his 3 overs so far. He's got 2 set batsmen. And Somerset will be desperate to keep Hampshire to below 180. Green in and bowls, and this is driven down the ground by James Vince just for a single. Craig Overton is waiting for it in front of the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion. Tom Kohler-Cadmore skippering Somerset in the absence of Lewis Gregory, who was unwell. He came up on the coach yesterday and seemed fine, but wasn't so good this morning, despite having had a good night's sleep by all accounts, because he's just become a father for a second time.
Oh, right.
About 10 week ago, something like that.
Okay.
Little boy,
Nice.
called Freddie.
Because he had a young one anyway, didn't he? Is that the second one?
It's his second one, yeah. Here's Ben Green to Joe Weatherly. Turns this away into the onside, but Tom Lammonby is there, so it's just a single. 168 for 2. Hampshire are going to be just a little bit above par. Somerset going to need to bat well. Green to Vince, who goes for the ramp and gets it, and it's going to bring in 4 runs rather than 6. But got in position well and just flipped it over wicketkeeper Banton. Not much that the bowler can do about that, but he'll need to be aiming for those wide Yorkers. I'm not sure that would be a very good idea, because we've got third man and backward point up inside the fielding circle. Green to Vince. This is a wide Yorker, and it's gone for 4. Not between those 2 offside fielders, but through backward point. Only fielder out on the offside boundary, Tom Abel, who's at cover point. So 1-1-4-4, 176 for 2. Well, yet again, Somerset have started well in the field and finished badly. They really do need to sort out their death bowling. As Green is in to Vince, makes room for himself, launches this down the ground. Craig Overton waits for it, takes the catch. It's the end of James Vince for 82. Caught Overton, bowled Ben Green. A fine captain's innings by James Vince. 82 from 57 deliveries, and while Somerset will be very pleased to see the back of James Vince, they'll be equally pleased at the fact it was a dot ball.
Yes. Well, that ends a partnership worth 141 between Vince and Weatherly, and that's a season's best for James Vince. Had a couple of half centuries prior to today. The top score was 62, so he's beaten that. And it was a very uncharacteristic James Vince at the start of that innings. Very subdued, really struggled to find the middle of the bat. Some really good bowling early on, a little bit of movement. And I'm also told it's the highest third wicket stand against Somerset, beating Darcy Short and Colin de Grandhomme 78 in 2021. Thank you, Wes, for that.
So last ball then, it's Hilton Cartwright is the new batsman. Ben Green is bowling. Cartwright swings this down the ground, should just be a single. They're going to come back for the second run. Throw comes in, bowl, and hits the stumps. But I think that Weatherly is home. So it's 2 runs to finish with, and the Hampshire Hawks finish on 178 for 3, with Joe Weatherly on 60, not out, and Hilton Cartwright with those 2 runs. So 179 Somerset will need at just around about 9 runs and over. And well, a mixed performance from Somerset with the ball. They were better in the field this evening, or this afternoon rather, than they were on Friday evening. No catches went down, but bowling just getting a little bit ragged towards the end of that innings. And 178 is probably 15 more than Hampshire ought to have got, with some slightly better bowling at the death. But it's possible, it's gettable, just about.
Well, ironically, when Hampshire won here 2 seasons ago, when they won by 5 runs, they scored 178, and Somerset replied with 173. Might that be an omen? We'll have to wait and see. But wonderful innings from James Vince with 82, a season's best, and Joe Weatherly, who finished on 60 not out, second highest score of the season, just behind his 63 not out against Kent at Canterbury. And for Somerset, a wicket apiece for Craig Overton, and also for Riley Meredith and for Ben Green. So 178 for 3 Hampshire. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back in around about 10 minutes time, we will bring you the whole of the Somerset reply.
Just ahead of our half-time captain challenge, a quick update for the test match at Edgbaston. There are minimum 30 overs remaining.
I'll text you.
258 for 9 in their second innings, with Bashir and Class at the crease. 30 overs to see out for the final wicket for a draw. One, 7, 8. this Vitality Blast match is sponsored by Matrix IT, official partner of Hampshire Cricket. Matrix IT are committed to providing the expertise and services that ensure businesses and their IT systems always run smoothly and efficiently. By taking away the burden of IT, Matrix allows businesses to focus on what they do best, whilst maximising the return on their investment. Head to mtxit.com for more information. A reminder too that as well as the cricket action, our women's and men's teams on the field have provided us entertainment at the close of play as well. Live music from our band Davy Jones Locker will be getting underway just outside the Island Atrium behind the pavilion. That is at the conclusion of this evening's game. We do hold the car parks on site for around 20 minutes as well. So if you want to let the queues and the queues for the buses.
Yes, welcome back. They are coming towards the end of the break here, where Hampshire, having been put into bat, scored 178 for 3, with James Vince making 82 and Joe Weatherly made 60 not out. It was hard going initially, got a little easier as the innings went on, and that partnership of 141 between Weatherly and Vince was Hampshire's highest third wicket stand against Somerset, and it was just 3 runs short of Hampshire's best ever partnership of Somerset, which is 144 between Vince and Prest at Taunton back in 2022. So a wonderful stand. Whether that's enough to win the game, we'll have to wait and see. But Anthony Gibson, that's a bigger score than it looked like being in the power play.
Absolutely, and well, as I said during commentary, Somerset started very well with the ball and didn't finish very well, conceding 41 off the last 4 overs. Mind you, 41 off the last 4 overs is not exactly unexpected at the tail end of a 20-over game of 20-over innings. But they do need to take a long, hard look at their death bowling, Somerset. Let them down on Friday night, and I reckon they've let Hampshire get maybe 10, 15 more runs than they should have done after the doing so well in the power play.
Well, if ever there's a team that can chase down whatever score is presented, it is Somerset, because they have some of the highest batting strike rates in the competition. Tom Banton and Will Smead will open up. Tom Banton strikes at 144 per 100 and Will Smead at 150 per 100, so they will get Somerset away to a fast start. Hampshire will need an early wicket or 2 to calm things down, but if those 2 get going, and as you've seen many times before, Anthony, they can make mincemeat of any total.
They can. Will Smead is in great form, Tom Banton not so much. 140 in 7 innings, so he's averaging 20, at best of only 68, and his strike rate, okay, it's still 141, but he's not been getting the really significant scores that he did last year when he was far and away Somerset's best batsman in the T20 Blast. But they'll be looking to get Somerset off to a fast start in the power play.
So Chris Wood will open the bowling. Now, last night Chris Wood took 2 wickets against Sussex at Hove, and he went past a milestone, which was 209 wickets for Hampshire alone, and that is the most by any bowler in the T20 Blast for a single county. Previously it was Samit Patel who had 208 for Nottinghamshire. So
that stat is worthy of Steve Pittard.
Well, I fear that yes, it is actually, you're right. I'd like to claim that stat. Unfortunately, it came to me, well, it didn't unfortunately, it's actually lovely it came to me from Dave Allen, Hampshire's former Army archivist.
Yeah.
I'd love to claim some of these stats, but I can't. So Chris Wood will open up. Now, as I say, Somerset will be fast out of the tracks here. So
Stat I didn't give you actually during James Vince's innings. He's become the highest run scorer against Somerset in this competition.
okay. Here's Chris Wood then, and he's wrapped on the pad immediately, Tom Bantam. Chris Wood opening up from the pavilion end, left arm over. Now, as I say, we did see the power play. The ball just was slightly in the bowler's favour there. Some good bowlers with Overton and Meredith, and also with Matt Henry, and they made life difficult for the Hampshire batters early on, but then it changed as the ball got a little softer and Vince found the middle bat a little bit more and found a willing ally in Joe Weatherly. Things changed. What's going to happen in the power play here? Bantam works that down to fine leg. He's off the mark. Somerset are 1 without loss.
Yes. Well, Somerset bowled really well in the power play and didn't bowl really well after the power play. Ben Green's first over, for example, went for 15, and that rather broke the shackles. And the other factor, of course, was Joe Weatherly batted very, very well throughout his innings, and James Vince, once he got going, was the usual James Vince.
So pushing forward there off the outside half of the bat there, Smead, as it goes out to backward a point where the said Joe Weatherly is fielding. He has 5 sixes in that innings of 60 not out. 2 sixes for James Vince as well. I was at one stage never sure they were going to get more than 1 or 2 sixes at best, but that wonderful partnership has given Hampshire a real chance, looking for back-to-back victories after beating Sussex last night. Here's Wood in again, bowls. It's worked down to fine leg by Smead, and he's off the mark now. And Somerset are 2 without loss.
Sonny Baker fielding that. It'll be interesting to see how Sonny Baker goes. Another Somerset old boy, Ned Leonard, took 5 wickets for Glamorgan against Somerset on Friday night.
Oh, did he? I bet that was painful.
Wow. Well, if anyone was going to take 5 wickets against Somerset, I'd like it to be Ned Leonard or possibly Sonny Baker.
Yeah. Well at Hove the other night. Last night. Playing a missing outside the off stump. Tom Bantam, good carry there from Wood. There's a big queue for that stall the way to our left that's in pink, and I don't quite know what it says because my eyesight isn't that great, and I haven't got my binoculars with me, but it seems to be a most popular outlet.
It is.
Maybe it's ice cream. But that has I think that wins the award for the biggest queue at this moment in time. As Wood comes in and bowls, and just a length ball. Plays quietly off the front foot, Tom Bantam, a good over. 2. Somerset need another 177.
Well, not exactly an explosive start from 2 Somerset openers, just having a look at it. Will Smead, who batted very well on Friday night for 72. And Somerset's leading run scorer in the Blast this year with 371 runs at an average of 53 and a strike rate of 147.8. Which is not bad.
For the Hawks from the Hilton end is number 26.
That's pretty good. What have we got here? We've got James Fuller, yes. Who we didn't see with the bat. Wasn't needed with Hampshire only losing 3 wickets. Having a chat with James Vince.
Will Smead eyeing the leg side boundary.
It's tough this end, isn't it, with that short boundary on the leg side. It's got to slip in. That'll be Hilton Cartwright because he got a good catch there last night. It's a good straight delivery, driven up to mid-off. Vince will have a shy at the stumps at the far end. Albert slips, but fortunately Chris Wood is behind him backing up. 3 without loss, Somerset. Remember, Somerset coming here in first place in the South Group.
Yeah, 7 out of 9.
Yeah. Very impressive side. You're getting fed up of going to finals days, aren't you?
We played Hampshire a few times at finals days.
That's right, yeah. I had a year off last year. If we don't win tonight, might be having another year off. 3 without loss. Fuller comes in. It's driven away, Bantam up to mid-off. Vince again fields, but again it's a comfortable single.
No
this time
timing.
Toby Abbott keeps on his feet.
Yeah, no timing again from Bantam.
No, I wonder if the new ball just, I don't know, just makes it a little difficult, and then as he gets older, batters find it a bit easy, but you're right, Hampshire batters struggled to time it early on, and in these early few balls, and we've only had 8, maybe the same for Somerset. As Vince turns, Fuller turns, runs away from us and bowls. That's a leg ball, that's well bowled. It's just nudged to mid-wicket where Liam Dawson fields. Didn't see him with a bat either.
We'll see him with the ball, I don't doubt.
Oh yes, that's for sure. Just a change in the field. Slip's coming out now. It's gone into the cover area. The 2 men out are a deep square leg and deep backward point. And Smeed faces Fuller, who's in. Smeed tries to hit that one away on the offside, gets a bottom edge, bangs it into the ground. Fielded by Fuller on his follow through.
I wonder if Somerset are deliberately taking a leaf out of Hampshire's book in starting slowly, keeping wickets in hand, and then going hard from the middle of the innings onwards.
No doubt.
If so, it's a slightly high risk approach, because the trouble is when you start going hard in the middle of the innings, you can lose wickets, and nothing saps momentum like wickets.
2 balls left of the second over, 4 without loss. As Fuller's in again, it's whipped that away, but it's off the pad. And that will be a leg by. That could have so easily been whipped away for 4 or 6 runs.
Missed out, really.
Signal leg by. 5 without loss then. And 1 ball left of the second over. It won't be long before we get the official attendance, and I think it'll be up there with what we've had so far this season. The first game here, the double-header against Essex, which was a hot afternoon in half-term, feels a very similar crowd. That was about 8,000, 8 something. Here's Fuller in, and that's a drive just short of mid-wicket. Well done, Liam Dawson. This throw comes in from Scott Curry, who was mopping up behind him. 2 overs gone, and Somerset are 6 without loss.
Yep, Tom Banton hitting it in the air, but getting away with it. It's probably the best timed shot he's hit so far. But finding it hard to get going, these two.
Just looking on the picture feed there, 2 signatures on that bat, couldn't quite make out who they were. They're very ineligible, aren't they, cricketers' signatures?
Right, who've we got? Chris Wood. Left arm over the wicket, bowling to Tom Banton. In bowls. Banton turns this uppishly into the onside. There won't be a run as it's fielded by James Fuller at straight mid-wicket. Banton, who got 84 last week in the County Championship against Nottinghamshire without ever looking at his best. He's found runs really hard to come by in all forms since that 371. Wood is in and bowls, and Banton down the pitch swinging. Will pick up a single out to the offside sweeper.
That's the first real shot in anger.
Who's the offside?
Out there,
yeah.
Ali Orr.
Ali Orr. Looks like he's got blue cricket shoes on. Well, it helps to pick up these little indicators of identity. Wood to Smeed, who drives without timing, pick up a single because it wasn't timed. Took its time to get out to James Vince, who is looking his usual commanding self at mid-off. It's not hard to tell who the man in charge is when you see Hampshire in the field, is it?
No, he's been a terrific skipper here for a number of years. 2016, I think he took over.
Wood to Banton, who again goes for a big shot and doesn't time it at all. Straight to Liam Dawson at extra cover. You can sense just a little bit of frustration building, particularly with Tom Banton, who has had more of the, well, not much more of the strike, 9 balls to Will Smeed 7, but no boundaries yet. to Banton down the pitch, driving this, lofting it over the top, and that has gone for 6. Just a flick of the wrist from Tom Banton, and that would have carried the boundary even if the boundary rope had been set back somewhere sensible, instead of being brought in about 40 yards from the boundary on that side, the real boundary on that side of the ground. Well, I like to see big boundaries. I think it makes it a better game. Here's Wood to Banton down the pitch. This is going to be caught by James Vince. That's the end of Tom Banton. Came down the pitch and played a rather limp, lofted off drive, which never looked as if it was going to carry James Vince. And Tom Banton's run of poor scores continues. He's made just 10 from 10 deliveries, 14 for 1 Somerset. Just the start they did not want.
They didn't quite get the elevation. Now this is another dangerous player walking out here, Tom Kolakad.
He is indeed dangerous, and he is in good form. You know the commentary box at Taunton, right up on top of the Marcus Truscothic Pavilion. Against Notts, he hit a 6 that landed on top of the commentary box.
That's huge. That is huge. Well, I don't think I've never seen that.
I've never seen it. No,
wow.
No.
Yeah. Well, the game is alive. Well, he's out there in the middle, that's for sure. Hampshire will need to dispose of him at some point. Strike rate of 139 per 100 balls, which doesn't suggest that he's any more dangerous than anybody else, but there is just something about him at the crease that is a little unnerving. Right, here's James Fuller to start over number 4, and he's bowling to Will Smead. Smead drives, finds cover. That's a good stop.
Well timed though from Will Smead, so that went off the bat rather more convincingly.
Yeah, just a smidgen of width there from Fuller. I think that's Hilton. Was that Hilton Cartwright out there? He was a good fielder. I did actually speak to 1 or 2 last night because he fielded brilliantly at Hove, and they said, yeah, he's known for his fielding as much as anything. So an example there as Fuller comes in again, runs away from us. 14 for 1 our Somerset as he bowls to Smead. Smead works that on the onside. That's not timed. Throw comes in from mid-wicket. Doesn't hit the stumps at the bowler's end. Fuller's into his second over. 8 balls he's bowled, and he's conceded just 3. The run rate required from here is as good as 10 and over.
Yeah.
Which, I'll be honest with you, to these Somerset guys isn't too much of a worry. As Fuller comes in and bowls, Smead pulls that away, and that's going high and long, and it's over, I think, the seats, and that might bounce away. Always being picked up by one of the young boys out there. They just have reached the back row of the 10 rows of seats. Nevertheless, there was never any doubt that that was going to be a maximum 20 for 1.
He's been eyeing that boundary. Short from Fuller, and rather sat up.
Yeah, I think that actually did just go over the 10th row because people in front were all looking behind them. There's a few people around there. There's a few people standing behind the seats as well. It's usually a favoured area by people walking around the ground as Fuller comes into Smead once more, who's done the same, I think. Oh, yes, he has. And that's gone exactly in the same area. 2 6s. Right on the back row. And Smead moves on to 15, and the total moves on to 26 for 1.
Yep, 2 fine shots. He is, well, it goes without saying, he's obviously very strong over the leg side, but he's developed some very nice offside shots as well. So he's becoming more of a 360 batsman, as they say, all round the wicket.
12 off the over, courtesy of 2 6s. Fuller bowls a little bit further pitched up, predictably. He goes out towards extra cover where Benny Howell fields, and you'll notice, Anthony, that
I have already clocked his cricket footwear.
Lovely bright green shoes. Lovely there, like slippers. Last ball of this over. Fuller needs to get out of it with.
I expect you bowled in proper cricket boots in your day, didn't you?
Didn't I
Steel toe caps.
Oh yeah. My early days, yeah. Then I realised they were too heavy. Didn't quite bowl in slippers, but I won't be far off. Here's Fuller bowls, and Smeed works set up to mid-off. Just a single. Finks comes in quickly. And, well, that's about as good as could have happened after the last 2 balls, after those 2 sixes. And Somerset, after 4 overs, a 27 for 1.
Yeah, it's a bit more like it. Will Smeed on to 16. And maybe he's just picking up the pace of the pitch. The only thing I worry about with Will Smeed is he's been the main man for Somerset so often this season. He can't keep doing it. Sooner or later, he's going to get the ball with his name on it. But, so far, so good. Tom Kohler-Cadmore has not faced a delivery yet.
So here he is then, former Somerset man.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Have you seen him bowl since he left Somerset?
Nope, I haven't. Only on I saw him on the television last night, and he looked pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. He's got genuine pace. As long as he's fit, as long as he can get out onto the park. That's the big problem with Sonny Baker.
Yeah, he's just come back from an ankle injury, actually.
Yeah. He played just the 1 T20 for Somerset. Here he comes into bowl to Will Smeed, who drives and doesn't time it and is quickly through as James Vince closed in on that. It was so badly timed that they had time to get through for the single.
He's a really good lad, isn't he?
Yeah, very nice.
He's absolutely top man.
I'm really, you know, I think everyone at Somerset's really pleased that he's doing so well at Hampshire.
Yeah. Got a great 5-wicket haul in the second game of the season in the Championship.
It was a good move for him because there was no way he could be sure of getting in first team place at Somerset. And it's good to see him getting the attention that he deserves. Here he comes to Kohler-Cadmore, who swings this away over the top, didn't really time it, bounces away though for 4 runs. Got about half of that, Kohler-Cadmore. He does hit the ball very hard.
Oh god, yeah. It's not a bad shot first up. A little bit short.
A little bit short. And the faster you bowl, the faster it comes off the bat. Although pace worked pretty well for Somerset early on in the Hampshire innings. It was when pace off was tried that the runs started to flow. Here it comes again. Sonny Baker to Kohler-Cadmore. It's a much better ball, and he just drops that into the offside. Trots through for a single as Joe Weatherly picks up. 29 for 1. We're in the 5th over. So Somerset ahead of where Hampshire were at the same stage. But Somerset need at least 2 of their batters to produce the sort of innings that Joe Weatherly and James Vince did for Hampshire. Sonny Baker in bowls to Smeed, who drives and will pick up a single to the left of James Vince at mid-off. Not timing that, Will Smeed. He got it in the got the right angle on it, but just came off the bottom of the bat, which he's looking at. 7 off the over so far. 34 for 1. In the 5th over. Sun is out as Baker is into Kohler-Cadmore, who slams this through the offside without moving his feet at all. 4 runs, 38 for 1. Stand and deliver.
Made that look easy.
Well, he's got centuries in his last 2 championship matches. 100 against Warwickshire and Edgbaston, 100 against Nottinghamshire on Wednesday.
So he's playing red ball cricket now?
Yeah. He's on a pay-as-you-play contract. It's a white ball contract, but it has that facility in it. And he was drafted in to open the innings rather unexpectedly against Warwickshire and scored 100.
Just watching the picture feed there, Hampshire's youngest fan, I think.
He opened the innings with Josh Davey.
Oh, Josh Davey, yes.
Number 9 promoted to open the innings and came out with Tom Curler-Cadmore, and they put on 186 for the first wicket against Warwickshire.
I think we're getting a ball change here.
I think it was hit so hard by Curler-Cadmore it's gone out of shape.
Or somebody in the crowd's keeping the ball as a memento. I didn't see what happened after he hit the road. Oh.
The series is level. England have been bowled out to say 271.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I think India deserved to win that test match. Good cricket. Good cricket makes it an even better series.
Lord's the third test.
Yep.
You going?
No, sadly not. Can't afford it. See the ticket prices?
Go on.
It's about 160 quid.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Wow. I want to see some good cricket for that.
Yeah.
Especially if 2 of you go, or even 3.
Right. A new ball has been, or a different ball rather, has been selected. And Sonny Baker, a little hop at the start of his run. Here he comes. He's into Curler-Cadmore, who goes for a big swing, and it's down the leg side, and he's gone for 4 byes. A bit wild from Sonny Baker. And he's given us 4 byes. Why wasn't it wide?
I don't think he missed the stumps very much. I think he had just a heave across the line. I'll have a watch.
Oh, it's probably over the top of the stumps. Actually. Yeah.
Toby Albert wasn't able to.
I sort of clocked it down the leg side. 5 overs have gone, 42 for 1. And Curler-Cadmore on 9 and Will Smeed on 18.
That's
a big over, that one.
Number 44, Scott Curry.
15 off that.
Scott Curry, I looked up his stats and he's got really good figures. He's played 50 games, taken 67 wickets at 20.3 with an economy rate of 8.5, strike rate of 14.3. That's class.
Well, he played a lot of games on loan at Leicester last year in the T20. And if he gets it right, he does mix it up. These paces you'll see as he comes and runs away from us and bowls, and that's hit to backward a point by Smeed. And there is no run. He's got very clever changes of pace, has Scott Curry. Very subtle ones as well, very difficult to pick out. When he gets it right and gets the balls in the right areas, he's quite a handful. Doesn't always quite get the ball, when he's bowling so many different types of balls, he doesn't always quite get it right, but he has had some, you're right, he's had some good figures even this season. Comes in, bowls to Smeed once more, hits that up in the air, the field is up, it should go over the top just. It'll plug in the outfield just short of the rope, and Smeed will pick up 2.
Just as well it's in the power play.
It is, that was out otherwise. Yes, we are in the last over of the power play. There are 4 balls left, to be exact. And Somerset are 44 for 1, leading 135 from here. That run rate required, which wasn't nearly around 10s, has almost come back to 9s. So they're doing okay. Somerset, Smeed hits that. He's found the gap between backward a point and 3rd, and that's going for 4.
Not sure that that's entirely where he meant to hit it.
It's gone very quickly.
No,
It's gone off the outside edge a bit, that one, isn't it? So he's mistakenly found the gap. But the gap he found, and he moves on to 24 from just 18 deliveries. Here's Scott Curry in the sunshine here at the Utilita Bowl. Slower ball, that's worked away on the leg side by Smeed. It'll be a single. It's been a good couple of overs so far for Somerset. Move on to 49 for 1.
Well, as long as these two are together, Somerset hopes will be high. The trouble is Tom Abel is due in next, and he really is struggling for form.
Is he?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that as well, if I'm honest. As in comes Scott Curry, bowling to Curler-Cadmore this time. And Cadmore edges it, goes to short 3rd man, picked up, but they run through for a single. That's the 50 up for Somerset. with a penultimate ball of the power play to bowl. So they're ahead of the Raids. They're certainly ahead of the Hampshire start, because that was very slow indeed. And batting looked a little precarious at times in that power play. Overton and Meredith and Matt Henry getting a little bit out of this wicket at the time. As Curry's into Smead this time, and Smead plays and misses. Oh, he's edged it through to the keeper and he's gone. Curry's done it. Smead goes just as he was starting to open his shoulders. He goes for 25. Somerset 50 for 2.
Big wicket. He's the form man for Somerset is Will Smead, and as Kevin James was saying, he just seemed to be warming to his work. But gave Scott Curry the charge and just got an edge on it, and that's the second Somerset wicket to go down on. 50 for 2. I think that probably would have Duckworth-Lewis. I was just going to say it puts Hampshire slightly ahead, and Duckworth-Lewis says 52 they ought to be, so they are indeed slightly ahead.
Well, 2 big players gone for Somerset. Tom Banton for 10, now Will Smead for 25, but Colin Cadmore is still out there. Tom Abel might be out of form, but he is a wily old campaigner, even if he is only 31. 161 matches, his strike rate's at 132. He's still got Sean Dixon to come as well. He strikes at 139. Plenty of batting in the Somerset lineup, so important for Hampshire to keep taking wickets. Charlie Harden.
Hello, Kevin James. 50 for 2 now, Somerset. Hampshire were 35 for 2 at this point in time, I believe. So that second wicket of Will Smead being an incredibly important one, as it just looked like Somerset was starting to take some real control of this game. Will Smead has just fallen. 50 for 2 Somerset.
Yeah, Dawson will bowl his first over. He will be bowling to Colin Cadmore. 129 needed by Somerset. As Dawson comes in and bowls. Colin Cadmore gets wrapped on the pad, but it's going down the leg side. Yeah, whichever way dimension you look at it, it's been a good start in comparison to Hampshire's power play, as you mentioned. But 2 wickets down. Here's Dawson bowls. Colin Cadmore bowled! He's gone for a huge heave on the leg side and he's missed it. And the off stump comes out of the ground. Dawson's done it again. And Colin Cadmore has gone now. And it is 50 for 3. Advantage Hampshire at this stage.
A huge wicket for Hampshire. Liam Dawson sends the leg stump flying away. How many times do you reckon he's sent many stumps out of the ground? I can't think of too many for Liam Dawson. However, what a brilliant delivery. 2 huge wickets coming in, not much time at all. Tom Cadmore falling for 10 off 7 with a huge swipe out towards deep mid-wicket. The score is now 50 for 3, advantage Hampshire.
Yeah, 50 for 1. Somerset were at one stage. Well, it's early days. But actually, since COVID, when you look at victories here between these 2 sides, it's kind of gone 1 year one side, 1 year the next, one side, one side. And last year Somerset won. So if the sequence is to keep going.
Yep, so hopefully using your sequence and analysis there, Kevin James, some brilliant work there.
I mean, that's in depth.
Hampshire are 100% going to win.
Well, let's see. Long way to go yet. But yeah, it's a good start.
2 new batsmen.
That is very true. 2 batters at the crease who have yet to face the delivery, which makes Colin Cadmore's shot probably a little bit more questionable. And it's one of those shots that he's gone for broke. He's put it all on red and it came up black. As Sean Dixon plays it out square on the offside. This guy's a good player as well at T20 level, strikes at 139 per 100. Which again is a very, very good strike rate. Here's Liam Dawson, bowls. Dixon turns that away on the leg side for a single. 51 for 3. You would think that Somerset now have to spend a few deliveries building momentum once more, which will suit Hampshire.
183 for Dixon in this tournament so far, in just 6 innings at an average of 46. High score of 76.
And what's he striking at this year? Oh, I'll have a look actually. If you haven't got that in front of you, as Abel's on the back foot, he finds the gap on the leg side and he's off the mark.
Just the one stat I didn't have down there, Kevin.
Right.
So
well, I
quickly
will
try and save me here.
No, that's all right. No, that's all right. I mean, to be honest, if we all wrote every single stat down, we wouldn't have time to actually mention the game. Dixon striking this year at 164, so he's above career strike rate. He's back on strike to face Dawson. There's always a single on the leg side, and he takes it as it goes up towards deep mid-on. Somerset a bit of a rebuild here. 53 for 3. Once more, Liam Dawson in the thick of things for Hampshire. And after 7 overs, Somerset are 53 for 3.
2 for 31 in the last game just last night for Liam Dawson, and he started off absolutely brilliantly. He's taken 1 wicket for just 3 runs in that first over. Liam Dawson is at his brilliant best. Looks like Benny Howe's going to take the ball from this end in his luminous green slippers.
He's lucky he's wearing a shirt that almost matches, because I think if he was wearing a shirt where the colours clash, I'm trying to think of a colour where it would clash.
I wouldn't want those shoes in the Somerset gear today.
True, actually, yes.
Bright pink and black with some luminous green slippers on.
That's a horrible fashion.
Oh, it's horrible, isn't it? Makes me shiver. As he gets those slippers dancing at the top of his run-up. Number 7 on his back, Benny Howe. Into Sean Dixon, who punches it off the back foot into the offside for no run. A good bit of work at point.
Dawson again. Not easy with that matting there just in front of him.
No, looked like he landed quite heavily on it too. Benny Howe drops the ball and there's a cheer goes up from the crowd. Purple sweatband as well, Benny Howe. As he bowls and it's punched into the offside again for 1 run. Sean Dixon just ticking along here.
I think he should have been a man of the 80s. That's when the old big colours were there, weren't they?
You think so?
Yeah, in the gym with the old bright orange sweatbands.
Probably been a bit wild for the 80s as well, Benny Howe.
Yeah.
As he gets ready. Little swing of the left arm as he starts striding towards the crease. He bowls and it's punched into the offside towards long off for 1 run. Scott Curry picks up the ball, returns it to the keeper Toby Albert, who's backtracking. 55 for 3. Somerset a big stall here as the run rate creeps above 10 required to chase down Hampshire's 179. That's the target for Somerset. Benny Howe 2 runs off the over so far. 2 balls to go as it's heaved into the leg side. Interest from the boundary field as it goes over the boundary for 6. Brilliant shot from Sean Dixon, who just stood tall, arms out far wide in front of him, and he heaves it over deep mid wicket for 6.
That's a really good shot, isn't it, really? With Benny Howe, you can't afford to pitch it too short. Batters have got a lot of time to eye up that shot on the leg side. Has to pitch the ball up a little bit further than that, but that's a good shot anyway.
Let's see how Benny Howe replies here. An infamous T20 blast bowler is Benny Howe. As he comes in and bowls, and it's punched out towards long off. Good batting from Sean Dixon. A 6 and a single to finish the over. He'll keep the strike. And he moves on to 9-10 off 8 balls. No, 9 off 7. Thought there was 1 ball left. There is 1 ball left now. I think we're having a little bit of trouble with our stream scoreboard. Anyway, 1 ball to go. Howell, and it's clipped into the leg side. Will be 1 run. That does end the 8th over, I believe. 62 for 3. Dixon does now move on to 10 off 8. I was 1 ball ahead, and Abel will take the strike on 2 off 2.
Well, Hampshire was still struggling to really get the scoreboard moving along at this stage, because after 8 overs they only had 39, and they were 2 wickets down at that stage with all gone early and Toby Albert had gone. This was in the early days of the Vince Weatherly partnership, because the over number 9 went for 15. That's when Hampshire really started to get into their stride. So at this moment in time, Somerset are well ahead, but Hampshire did start to get things moving. But Dawson will try and keep Somerset behind the rate if they can, but there's a bit of work to do yet as Dixon works Dawson up to mid-off. 60, what was it, Abel? It was Abel, wasn't it? He moves on to 9. 64 for 3. Dawson's first over costing just 3. That was the scoreboard. I think the scoreboard might have just got stuck, actually, thinking about it now. That's played out towards extra cover. Oh, and it's gone through. That'll be a single. There's not too much damage done. James Vince was coming racing through extra cover and just overdid it, actually, if anything. The scoreboard looks stuck, so we'll wait for that to reboot. try and keep the scoring up to date as that's turned away on the onside. That's 3 runs in this over so far, so that'll be 67, I believe. Hang on, the scoreboard's catching up now. Here we go. 8.2, 8.1, 8.2, 8.3 we need now. One more.
They look incredibly similar out there as well, do Sean Dixon and Tom Abel.
The picture feed has just caught up as well, as it's turned away on the onside by, is that Abel? I know, I'm confused now. You're right, they do look very similar out there. Sean Dixon actually played that one, I think. Yeah.
Well, amongst all this confusion over here, Liam Dawson is bowling absolutely perfectly. 1 for 6 off 1.3.
Tom able to face, I can definitely tell you that, as he works that away on the onside. Again, it's a single, they won't mind that, Hampshire. Oh, it's a misfield, didn't matter. Hilton Cartwright coming in there from the deep. 67 for 3. Somerset, they need from here 112, and we are in the 9th over. Dawson in again, bowls, flighted, driven by Sean Dixon. The scoreboard's 1 ball behind, I'm sure it is. Yes, it is. Yeah, the umpires are already moving in for the end of the over, and the scoreboard is still showing 1 ball to go. So we had to be ahead of our time there for a moment.
It's a very interesting part of the game, actually, Kevin. We have the run rate slightly creeping upwards. We have a lot of singles being taken in a period of the game where these two batters just need to get set, just like Joe Weatherly and James Vince did earlier in the innings, and they cashed in with 6 or so overs to go. James Vince made 82. James Vince made 82 and Joe Weatherly made 60, not out. But the main reason they could cash in is because they were both set at the time. So Benny Howe begins his over. This is the 10th over. And it's inside edge. There will be no run. That's off the bat of Tom Abel or Sean Dixon. We genuinely have no idea. I think that was Sean Dixon.
It is Sean Dixon facing now.
Might have to stop reading the stream scoreboard. It's 69 for 3, everyone, if you're watching. Benny Howe driven up to long on. That is by Sean Dixon. He moves on to 14 off 12. As Hilton Cartwright chucks it in from long off. You were raving about his fielding last night.
Yes, great run out to get rid of Daniel Hughes. Great underarm throw, horizontal mid-air. Oh, it's wonderful.
They look good, don't
wonderful
they?
Stuff.
Zimbabwe born is Hilton Cartwright. As it's clubbed into the offside towards deep cover. Zimbabwe born, that's 1 run. But Australian bred, it seems.
Oh, yes.
And raised. Benny Howe, 0 for 12 of his 1.3. He's got 3 balls left in the over. That 1-6 in the first over, really spoiling his figures so far as he comes into bowl. And it's slapped through backward of point for a brilliant 4. Sean Dixon really cashing in with a tiny bit of width and a tiny bit of short length bowling, and it's cracked away through backward point for a brilliant boundary.
Yeah, a lot of margin for error when you bowl Benny Howe's pace. He relies on just mixing it up, just cutting his fingers across the seam, and just needs the ball to bite in the surface.
Benny Howe in again. This time pulled backward a square on the leg side. That's going to run away for 4 again. An expensive couple of balls for Benny Howe as Sean Dixon moves on to 22.
Yeah, he's got that wrong a little bit, hasn't he? Got that 2-leg stumpish, maybe even outside leg. Dixon just helping that away.
Yep, short again from Benny Howe. This time drifting down the leg side. And Sean Dixon gives it the treatment, not maybe where he fully intended it to go. Well, there's a little bit of change to the field here as Hilton Cartwright comes. Oh no, he's just collecting a ball. Couldn't work out why long on was coming into mid off with a long off too. But no, the field is set. Long on, long off, deep mid wicket, deep square leg. All 3 men out on the leg side. We've got a deep cover too as Benny Howe comes into the bowling, and it's cut away again, square on the offside, but it's Ali Orr out there, deep cover, who collects and throws it in. Just a single there to end the over. That over went for 11 from Benny Howe. He's 0 for 21 of just 2 overs. Somerset sit 80 for 3.
Yeah, we are halfway through here. The Tom Banton out for 10. Will Smead for 25, Tom Kohler-Cadmore for 10 are the three batters that have fallen. Chris Wood, Scott Curry and Liam Dawson picking up a wicket apiece so far.
Who's got the advantage, Kevin?
Well, if you look at the corresponding stages, Hampshire was 62, Somerset well in front at this stage, but of course that partnership, Weatherly and Vince, that will become increasingly valuable as this Somerset reply goes through. I'm not sure really. I always worry about the Somerset batter line-up. I think they are a good outfit. And you can't underestimate the three men that are back in the pavilion, just how valuable that is from a Hampshire point of view. Looks like Sonny Baker is back into the attack. His first over went for 11. And he's going to be bowling from the pavilion end. Comes in and bowls to Dixon, who gets wrapped on the pad. Sonny Baker got initially excited, was asking the umpire for an LBW decision. I think as he shouted and turned, he immediately stopped.
Drifting down the leg side, 100% there from Sonny Baker, but he looks like he's bowling a good pace. Just beat Sean Dixon with a little bit of extra pace there from Sonny Baker, so looks to be speeding up into his spell. Important over for him.
Hampshire looking to make it back-to-back wins after beating Sussex last night, which is a bit of a shock. With Sussex going so well in this competition, and cause another shock here if they can to the group leaders. So that's turned away on the onside by Abel. He moves on to 82 for 3.
Sonny Baker looks really interested here. I think he's getting the ball just to move in a little bit off the surface. That ball just hitting the inside half of Tom Abel's bat, and the ball previous beating the inside half of the bat and smashing onto the thigh pad of Sean Dixon on the first ball of the over.
Dixon's 24 from 16. So the sun's just disappeared for the moment. There's a couple of clouds coming over. I hope we'll be all right. It'll only be a shower if we're not. Slightly slower ball that's worked away to point. They'll pick up another single. 83, I think it is. Or is it 82? 82 for 3. The ticker tape, I think, it's stuck again. No, it's 83 for 3. So Somerset from here need another 96, and that run rate is hovering around the 10 mark. I wouldn't rule out a little shower.
Would you not?
Well, I don't know. What do you think?
Well, the floodlights are coming on, so
Oh, they are.
suggests a little bit of darkness.
Here's Sonny Baker again, bowls, and that's pulled away. That's going to be 4, wide and mid-on. Lovely shot, Tom Abel. Just a little short there from Sonny Baker, and Abel just thrashing that wide and mid-on.
Yeah, it's definitely a really just swing hard at the ball there from Tom Abel, and he's got the ball away. There's a big gap out there between mid-on, who's relatively straight, and deep mid-wicket, who is pretty orthodox, maybe slightly on the square side, but he's thumped it through that gap towards cow corner.
In again, there's Sonny Baker to Tom Abel, who's on 12 now. Abel plays that late to backward a point, but quickly in his Dawson to make sure there's no run. Still waiting for the official count of the crowd, which I'm sure was imminent. It's been a good one here. I think the crowd, it's interesting, you know, when I go around the country and do some of the women's games, they've also been part of double headers up and down the country, and you know, the crowds here have been very good, and several counties are saying, oh, you know, they're not like they were, but I think on the whole, I think Hampshire will be happy with the crowds they've had here so far. Baker bowls, he's pulled away, it'll fall just short of the fielders out on the deep on the leg side. Are they coming back for 2? Abel wants to. No, says Sean Dixon. You stay where you are at the top of the ground, far end. End of the over. And we've had 11 overs. Somerset are 88 for 3, needing 91.
91 off 54 balls now, Somerset. A lot of pressure now on these two relatively new batsmen. They have played themselves in. However, 24 for Dixon and 13 for Tom Abel makes you think they are beginning to get set at the crease here and can maybe start taking on some of these Hampshire bowlers. But it is Liam Dawson to take the over from the hotel end. Good timing to bring Liam Dawson on, I think.
It's always a good time to bring Liam Dawson on, Charlie. There is never a bad time. 2 overs, 1 for 9. Takes over the wicket of Kohler-Cadmore, is trying to heave away on the leg side. It's bowled.
Ball after Smead got out as well, pretty much.
Yeah.
So here comes Liam Dawson as he tinkers around with the field, just asking deep square leg to go slightly behind square, but once again, all three men out on the leg side. Long off, we've got an extra cover inside the ring, and we've got a deep cover. Liam Dawson, left arm round the wicket, cut over the cover fielder, and will be four. It's a drag down from Liam Dawson to start things off, and Tom Abel thumps it through the offside for four.
That's a really good shot. Yeah, it's a bit of a dilemma for Dawson here, because he's got the short boundary side on the leg side, and I suppose he's got to be aware of that, and I'm sure he is. So by bowling it outside off stump, it's kind of telegraph into the batter, isn't it? It's got an interesting conundrum for Hampshire's left-arm spinner.
This is probably the end for him to bowl to with that short boundary on the leg side, as it's worked into the leg side this time off the back foot. Will be one run out to Benny Howell.
All the ground staff are making their way over towards the hover cover.
Interesting. No rain as of yet. A lot of blue sky out in front of us. However, just creeping over the gantry roof is this dense, dark cloud. Floodlights are on. Liam Dawson's in. He bowls, and it's clipped into the leg side once more off the back foot. Liam Dawson will pick it up himself. One run.
Yeah, I think even if it drops some rain, it won't be for too long, so we don't need to worry too much, I don't think.
94 for 3, Somerset. Tom Abel is on strike. He's on 18. Dixon at the other end is on 25. Liam Dawson. 3 balls left to go in his over as it's worked into the offside for one run. Abel made some room and hit it out too long off for one run. Back foot cut.
It's not bad overs. It's 7 off the over so far. 2 balls left.
7 off the over. 2 balls to go. These 2 balls are going to really tell how this over turns out, that's for sure.
It's raining.
Liam Dawson and Vince are coming together. Just a light bit of drizzle as Dixon stands ready. 2 balls left. Dawson, the number 8, left arm round, punched out too long off for one run off the front foot. Liam Dawson reaches down to get a little bit of grip from the dust in the foothold.
Yeah, it's not too much to cause a stir in the crowd. 1 or 2 are putting umbrellas up, but it's by no means heavy. It's just in the air, isn't it?
Dawson, final ball of his over. It's gone for 9 so far as it's placed out into the offside, but will be no run. A good finish to Liam Dawson's over. 96 for 3. Somerset require 83 off 48.
Charlie Harden will continue, and alongside him will be Anthony Gibson. Yes, 1 or 2 have got umbrellas. Oh, there's a lovely fetching orange umbrella there on the live picture feed. Like that one. Oh, there's another lovely multicoloured umbrella. Oh. I could see you under one of those, Anthony.
Well, golfing umbrella. Yeah, I've got several of those. Not much use of an umbrella though, because it's usually so windy. Scott Curry coming back into the attack. Well, just the 1 over for 8 runs. This game pretty much in the balance. Duckworth Lewis par I think is 105 at the moment. Here comes Curry in bowls to Dixon, who goes for a ramp shot, misses it. Fortunately the ball misses the stumps.
Hampshire's leading wicket taker, Scott Curry. That 1 wicket in his first over has taken him to 13 wickets. Before that one he was averaging 21 in the blast so far.
Yeah, Somerset need a boundary at least per over. They can't afford to get too far behind the asking rate. As Curry is into Dixon, who swings and misses. The ball outside is off stump. It's pace on from Scott Curry. So 2 dots.
Run rate's creeping up, Anthony. 83 needed off 46 balls.
Here's Curry to Dixon. Hammers this away through the offside. Well, I say hammers, he didn't time it at all. It's just a single out to cover boundary. 97 for 3. I think he tried to hit that a bit too hard. Did Sean Dixon. Tom Abel showing some signs of recapturing a bit of form. As Curry is in bowls to him, he makes room for himself and edges that down to the third man boundary for 4 runs, 4 distinctly streaky runs, but he won't mind. It was a good piece of bowling actually by Curry, because he saw Abel going outside the leg stump to make room, bowled it wide of him, and Abel just managed to get the edge of his bat on it.
A really important boundary that too for Somerset. A little bit of pressure building from the first 3 balls, just 1 run off it, then 4 there.
That's the 50 partnership between these two. Curry to Abel, who this comes off a thick inside edge, and it'll just be a signal as Ali Horace quickly in. 102 for 3. So another 77 Somerset need to win in 7 overs and 1 ball, so it's pretty much 11 runs and over, but they've got wickets in hand. So Curry bowls to Dixon, who digs this out and will get a single.
It's a great ball.
Into the offside. Good over that from Scott Curry. Went just for 7, I think. 103 for 3. Dixon on 28 and Abel on 24, and as long as these two stay together, then Somerset hopes will be reasonably high. Tom Lannonby, I expect, will come in next, who's a fine stroke maker. So they've still got plenty of batting to come, Somerset, but I think it's the sort of pitch where it's quite hard to get in. Take a bit of time to pick up the pace of the pitch, so Somerset won't want to lose wickets. I know that's stating the blindingly obvious, but I think it's more important than it sometimes is.
No, you're absolutely right, Anthony, and it's setting up for a brilliant finish. As you say, if these two stick around, we're in front of an official now attendance of 8,117 fans in the ground. Brilliant to see so many people out here enjoying such a brilliant game of cricket, as Chris Wood stands ready to restart his spell. Number 25 running in, his left arm over, and it's pulled away high towards the short boundary, and it's gone miles away for 6 over Joe Weatherly's head. An attempt at a catch was not dropped, I believe. It looked quite tricky out there, but Sean Dixon moves on to 34 off 24.
Well, not the place to bowl, Sean Dixon. Just a nice pickup shot. I mean, he went really hard at it. He didn't actually need to go quite as hard as he did, but he hit it a long way.
Not the ball with that boundary on the leg side, that's for sure. Chris Wood in again, and it's punched into the leg side this time, out to Long On, who comes in and makes sure it's just a single. That's Benny Howell, who picks it up and throws it into Toby Albert.
Yeah, I suspect we'll see Benny Howell back in the attack before too long, although I fancy he's not quite the force that he used to be. I don't know whether he's been worked out by some of these batsmen who's been around for a long time.
Yeah, he has taken 10 at 16 so far this year, but he's definitely not at his absolute best today, as that's worked down to backward point for 1 run. Great bit of fielding out there. That brings Tom Abel on to 25. 8 off the over so far.
Yeah, Abel 25 off 18, Dixon 35 off 25. They're both going along at a strike rate of around about 140. And if they can keep that up, then Somerset will go close.
Sean Dixon stands ready on 35. Chris Wood bowls, and it's a brilliant wide Yorker that's well stopped by Toby Albert, and it's a great dot ball. 111 for 3 now, 68 needed of just 38 balls, but importantly still 7 wickets in hand. So Somerset looking really hard to drive home this advantage that they've built up through a brilliant partnership between Dixon and Abel. Chris Wood gallops in to Sean Dixon, and it's pulled away to the short boundary once more, and it's 6 once more. And the ball ricochets down back onto the pitch from high up in the stands, from left arm over. That doesn't look the ball to bowl, does it, Anthony?
Nope. Just the over that Somerset needed. It's gone for 14 so far, with still 1 ball remaining. Dixon
moves on to 41 off just 27, and brilliant innings after a minor collapse as the set Cola Cadmore and Will Smead fell in about 3 balls. Chris Wood, last ball of his over, and it's cut into the offside through point, and there'll be 1 run to a wide third man who's out there. The score is 118 for 3. Dixon moves on to 42, and it's 61 needed of 36 balls.
And Duckwell Lewis Stearns is 122, Somerset 118, so nothing in it by that measure. But I still think that wickets are the key here. If these two can stay together, I think Somerset are going to go close.
Yeah, you're right. We've seen how
if Hampshire can knock these two over, then they'll be favourites.
Yeah. As you've said, we've seen how tricky it is for these guys to come in and get set at the crease. And I do think if anyone's going to come in and strike at a great rate from ball 1, it's going to be challenging.
Just over 10 runs and over Somerset need. Is this my over?
It is.
It is. It is Liam Dawson to bowl to Sean Dixon, who works this into the onside. They might think about coming back for a second run. They do indeed. Tom Abel is very quick, and so is Sean Dixon. He gets back, I wouldn't say comfortably, but he does manage to get back for 2 runs. First time they've tried that, these two. Just taking pace off as the ball is played into a gap on the onside, and there's a huge area of untenanted outfield on the onside as Liam Dawson bowls to Sean Dixon, who goes for a big swing, and that's 6. Slog sweep from Sean Dixon. Not sure he got all of that. There was a little hint of top edge about that, but it brings him his 50 from how many balls? I lost the number of balls. 30 balls. And well, he's doing a job for his side, is Sean Dixon. He's a converted red ball opener, Sean Dixon, a bit like Joe Weatherly. And he's playing a Joe Weatherly style innings. 126 for 3 in the 15th. Dawson bowls and he drives Dixon up to long off. Just bring him a single.
Brilliant batting this from Sean Dixon. Gets to 51 off 31. He's striking at 165.
He's having a good season in the blast, is Sean Dixon. Dawson to Abel, who swings this. That's a very un-Tom Abel sort of shot. Slogs it away through straight mid-wicket, but it'll bring a single. Takes Abel on to 26 from 19. Dawson to Dixon. Drives this down the ground again without timing, but that doesn't matter. There's no fielder at mid-off. So they take a comfortable single. 8, 9, 10, 11 off the over so far. One more boundary would make it a very good over for Somerset. Dawson to Dixon, who reaches for this outside the off stump but can only get a single. Out to Joe Weatherly, who's controlling the boundary.
29 runs and 1 wicket.
And that's the end of Liam Dawson. 4 overs for 29 and 1 wicket. And Somerset 130 for 3, need another 49 from 5 overs, 48 from 5 overs.
I'd like to point out how crucial this knock from Tom Abel is as well, as some serious antics go on in the crowd through the microphone, but nonetheless, Tom Abel, before this knock, averaged 24 for 143 runs in 9 innings, and his high score is 36 not out so far in the tournament, and he's approaching his high score. Could even reach it today.
Not missing any cricket. Sean Dixon's just having a drink, I think. And yes, it is indeed.
5 overs remaining, 30 balls left. Somerset require.
So Benny Howe in his notorious luminous green slippers.
Number 7, Benny Howe.
Could be a crucial little passage of play here.
Absolutely,
But
crucial over.
Every over is going to be crucial from here on in, either for runs or for wickets.
So Tom Abel stands on strike. He is 27 not out off 20. Somerset requiring 49 off 30, which looks a lot more doable than it did a few overs ago. Benny Howell in, bowls, reverse sweep, and it's fine, and it's 4. Brilliant shot from Tom Abel, who essentially ramps it, just uses the pace, gets it really fine, switches his hands over, and reverse sweeps it just fine with that short third man. Brilliant shot, 134 for 3.
Yeah, he plays the reverse sweep well, does Tom Abel. He's not a master blaster, he's a manoeuvrer of the cricket ball. Tom Abel, classically trained, plays a very nice inside-out, lofted off drive, which we've already seen here this afternoon.
Benny Howell bowls, he tries it again, he misses it this time. As Toby Albert fumbles it, but it's a dot nonetheless. He was trying to go 2 in 2 there, and why not? There is a gap just fine through that kind of first to third slip region. Benny Howell stands at the top of his run-up, he's ready to go. Runs in and bowls, and this time lofting over point. It was a slightly leading edge, and it's run away to the boundary for 4. 3 crucial balls going for 8 runs there, and Tom Abel looks to be really shifting the momentum back in the favour of Somerset.
Yep, he's still not at his best. I mean, that was, again, a little bit streaky. But, well, they all count.
He's attempted a lofted drive over that fielder on the ring at cover, and he's top-edged it over point. As Benny Howell in again, strikes it this time out towards a wide long off. That'll just be 1 run, well picked up by Scott Curry out there, launching it back into Toby Albert. 139 for 3, 40 needed off 26 balls. 2 balls left in this over. Howell's gone at over 10 runs per over for his 0 for 30 so far. 9 balls off it, 2 balls to go. This time really high slog sweeper, fielders coming in. Looks like Joe Wedley takes it on the boundary, it's out. Sean Dixon goes for 52 off 33 deliveries, and it is now battle stations for Somerset as a new batter needs to come in and get set, and it's 139 for 4, advantage Hampshire.
Yeah, it could be an absolutely crucial wicket there. Didn't quite get all of it, Sean Dixon. And Benny Howell strikes again. But fine innings from Dixon, 52 from 33 deliveries. Tom Lammonby, left-hander, will be the new batsman, playing just his 3rd game in this season's last. His previous 2 early in the campaign. He opened the innings when Tom Banton was away with England, and he looked pretty good, but he hasn't got many runs in the county championship just recently. And it's a big ask. Somerset need to go at 10 runs and over, nearest damn it.
It sounds as if, correct me if I'm wrong, Anthony, but Somerset fans have been asking for Tom Lammonby to be brought back in, is that right?
That's right, but not at the expense of Lewis Gregory, I think.
No, of course.
I think the suggestion was that perhaps Tom Abel should be rested and give Tom Lammonby a chance, because Tom Abel's found it tough.
Well, he's on 36 today. He showed good class as Tom Lammonby shifts his first ball into the leg side. That'll be 1 run. And they come back for 2. Brilliant running as Tom Lammonby gets his innings off to a positive start, and he's 2 off 1. 141 for 4. 38 needed off 24 balls.
11 runs off the over. Just what Somerset needed. What they didn't need was the wicket of Sean Dixon.
That's really brought the momentum back in Hampshire's favour for Hampshire. That wicket of Sean Dixon, he fell for 52 just last over. Benny Howell taking the wicket. It was caught by Joe Weatherly at long on. Setting up for a brilliant finish here, Anthony.
It is indeed. Somerset needing 38. Well, Hampshire scored 41 off their last 4 overs. So it's absolutely even Stephen. We have Scott Curry, I think, is going to bowl from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Tom Abel, and the onus of responsibility shifts onto Tom
Return to ball
Abel's
number 44, Scott Curry.
shoulders as the set batsman. Is Curry into Abel, and he just turns this up too long on. That should just be a single. It will be just a single. 142 for 4.
Scott Curry just going at 7.5 runs per over so far, now 7.4. He's been really economical, and he's bowled well alongside Liam Dawson, who went at 7.25 runs an over for his 4.
This is going to go to the last over, I fancy. Still anybody's game. Got 3 men out on the onside. Curry's into Lammonby, who just steers this down to third man for a single. 143 for 4. I think Tom Lammonby was going to give Tom Abel as much of the strike as possible, just while Lammonby picks up the pace of the pitch. And Tom Abel, I think, will be eyeing up that extra cover boundary. Fielder out on the cover boundary is at cover point, deep cover point. Curry in and bowls. Oh, brilliant catch!
Oh my gosh!
Brilliant caught and bowled. Scott Curry leaping to his left and taking it left-handed. It's almost an identical way to the way in which Tom Abel got out against Glamorgan on Friday night. Then it was Dan Douthwaite who took a brilliant leaping left-handed catch to get Abel caught and bowled. And this afternoon it's Scott Curry, and who knows how important that wicket may be. But well batted Tom Abel for his 37, I think it was, in the end here. 37 from 26 deliveries with 5 fours. And the new batsman will be Ben Green. What a catch.
My word, what a catch. Scott Curry's bowled a good length ball outside the off stump, just as Anthony's talking about Abel opening up over extra cover. He's trying to do so, and he's absolutely thumped it straight back to the bowler. But Scott Curry's pulled out one hand. He's completely off the floor as we look at the replay. And it's a full stretch diving catch from Scott Curry. Both feet off the ground. He's a tall man, is Scott Curry, and it's required every centimetre of his height to reach that ball. A brilliant catch.
Oh, poor old Tom Abel, he must wonder what he's done to bring the wrath of the gods down upon him twice in 3 days, getting out to remarkable caught and bowls. Ben Green swings at this, doesn't time it at all, comes off the bottom of the bat. Out into the onside, and well, in the space of a couple of overs, the balance of advantage has shifted, possibly decisively. We shall see. Somerset need another 35 if they're to win in 3 overs and 2 balls. Lammonby goes for a big pull shot. We'll just bring him a single as it's out to deep mid-wicket. 145 for 5. Crowd cheering, applauding every single, because it's only a single. A dot ball will get a standing ovation, I reckon.
We could see one here, Anthony.
It's Curry to Green, who drives, should just get a single as Weatherly's waiting for it. And a good over from Scott Curry. 3 overs, no maidens, 2 for 20. And well, if Hampshire do win this game, then they've got a lot to thank Scott Curry for.
Yep, 5 off that over, and the crucial wicket of Tom Abel, who fell for his high score of the blast so far of 37. As the crowd is in fine voice for this brilliant finish, as Somerset require 33 off 18 deliveries. 5 wickets left for them, but I don't think that should be an issue. It's just the time that they've got left for 2 new batsmen to knock off the runs that they require. 33 needed, 18 balls to do it.
This is brave of James Vince, bringing Sonny Baker back into the attack. Well, I'm not sure what other options he's got. But Sonny Baker has gone for 18 off his 2 overs.
Sometimes as a new batsman you might think that actually pace on the ball.
Got 3 Devonians out there now: Sonny Baker, Ben Green and Tom Lammonby. Sonny Baker from Torquay, Ben Green and Tom Lammonby from Exeter.
So covers coming up into the ring. We've got mid-off cover in the ring, then we've got deep wide third man and a deep cover point, and we've got a fine short third man on the offside, then every man out on the leg side other than a short fine leg. Sonny Baker, number 95, comes in, right arm over, thump to mid-off, 1 run. James Vince isn't going to try it, but they sneak through for 1. Good delivery start from Sonny Baker.
Yep, good firm hit from Ben Green, but straight to the fielder.
Now with a change of batsmen, we have a change of field. Tom Lammonby will be on strike.
Well, these two will know each other pretty well. Well, all 3 of them know each other pretty well. As Sonny Baker has been with Somerset for 4 years, 5 years, came up through the Somerset age group, so he's a little bit younger than the 2 batsmen, but he'll be very familiar with their methods.
Right arm round, Sonny Baker to left-handed Tom Lammonby. He thumps it down the ground, just straight to mid-off to James Vince, who doesn't try and throw it in. It's a single. 2 off the first 2 balls. Somerset need 31 off 16. Green's on 3. He'll be on strike.
Required rate up to 11.6. Somerset need a big over.
Yeah, they need a couple of boundaries here, don't they, Anthony? Ben Green needs to be the man to do it. Sonny Baker, with a little hop, begins his run up. Runs in, head up, bowls wide, Yorker, brilliant delivery, and it's a single to the cover fielder who's in the ring.
Should have left it, would have been a wide.
That's the risk you take as a batter who needs a boundary. Every ball needs to be hit, but it was very close to that wide line, as Sonny Baker looks to be, not sure if he'll come back around the wicket for this one, but Vince and Sonny Baker having a little chat. Round the wicket, Sonny Baker. 3 balls left in his over. He's 0 for 21 off 2.3. A good start so far. 3 off it. 3 balls left to go. Sonny Baker into the crease, bowls, and it's clipped down the leg side. It's fine. Fine leg's got work to do, but it's brilliant fielding. He picks up. They're trying to get back for 2, and the run-out attempt is not out, I believe, but it's good running between the wickets by Tom Lammonby, but even better fielding at fine leg.
Touch and go. Touch and go.
Albert's caught the throw from the fine leg fielder. He's gone to take off the bails and he's missed the stumps. And on his second attempt, the batter is well in. However, I do think it probably wouldn't have been out if he'd taken the bails off in the first place.
Hard to tell from our vantage point.
Sonny Baker, the signature hop, starts his run up, enters the crease, right arm round, and it's well guided down towards third man through the gap.
That was unlucky.
A 4 nonetheless for Somerset. Crucial runs at a crucial time. 24 needed off 13, 1 ball left in the over.
I was halfway through saying good ball when the ball sped away to the boundary. It was a really well directed Yorker that Lammonby just managed to squeeze down between short third man and backward point.
So we've got 1 ball left in this Sonny Baker over. The score is 155 for 5. Lammonby's on 11 after that 4 down towards third man. Green's at the non-strikers end on 4. Last ball of Sonny Baker's over. Sonny Baker into bowl, and it's a brilliant Yorker. Muted appeal for LBW, but they get through for 1 run as Somerset finished the 18th over 156 for 5. I'll leave you with Anthony Gibson and Kevin James.
Well, 10 runs from the over, which is not quite what Somerset need. They need another 23 from 12 balls.
Well, today hasn't lacked drama.
No, it hasn't. Both games have gone to the wire. Hampshire Hawks women needed 11 at the start of their last over. Freya Kemp hit a 6 down the ground to virtually settle that. Can either Tom Lammonby or Ben Green return the compliment? It's James Fuller coming in and bowling, and a swing and a miss from Tom Lammonby to a ball outside the... it's not James Fuller, it's Scott Curry, I beg your pardon. He had something of the look of James Fuller scurrying in from the pavilion end, but it's a dot ball. So Somerset still need another 23 now from 11 deliveries. What they wouldn't do for a 6 now. Curry in and bowls, and this is going to be... it's taken, the catch is taken. Benny Howell claims the catch anyway, and Tom Lammonby's not querying it at extra cover, and that could just about be that for Somerset. It's 156 for 6, and Lammonby has gone, caught by Benny Howell. Good low catch at extra cover off his bootlaces, and Lammonby's gone for 11, and that will bring in Lewis Goldsworthy, I think, which I'm slightly surprised about. I think my money would have been on Craig Overton.
Yeah, he's been known to hit the odd big ball and what have you. This has been a 3-ball combination there. The last ball of the previous over and these 2 deliveries, 3 balls where Somerset have not really made any progress, and it was quite crucial really. That last ball of the last over was a big ball and he went for 1, and here it's just piling the pressure up on Somerset. 10 balls left, 23 needed, 22 for the tie.
Lewis Goldsworthy, who's not renowned as a big hitter. Curry's in and bowls to him. He drives this down to deep mid-off, but just a single as James Vince fields. So dot wicket 1 in this penultimate over. Still 22 needed from only 9 balls. Ben Green can hit a long ball. But it's not easy picking up the pace of this pitch if you just come in. Curry's in and bowls to him, and this does pick up the pace and hits it for 4 runs over the top of extra cover. As Ben Green just made room for himself, moved his left leg out of the way and swung through the line of the ball. Keeping Somerset hopes alive. 161 for 6. 18 more they need in 8 deliveries. Another boundary could make things interesting. Curry in and bowls to Ben Green, who doesn't time this at all, hits it hard into the ground. It's just a single, and it means that Goldsworthy will be on strike. 17 needed off 7 deliveries.
This is a big delivery as well. Boundary now makes the last over a lot easier.
I just don't understand why they didn't send Craig Overton in. I mean, if you want someone to hit a 6, he's your man. Curry then to Goldsworthy. He's in bowls, and Goldsworthy hits this down the ground, and it's going to go for 6. Well, spoke too soon. Wonderful hit by Lewis Goldsworthy. Takes the score on to 168 for 6. And would you believe it, Kevin James? How many did the Hampshire women need off their last over?
About the same, isn't it?
11. How many
11?
does Somerset need?
11.
11.
There we go. Well, we've had entertainment today. Whatever happens in this game, we've had a wonderful day's entertainment with both games. And, well, that has really put the cat among the pigeons, that shot. My word. That really has.
Could be a tie. Could be a tie.
Yeah, 10 for the tie. Sonny Baker is entrusted with the last over. It's quite interesting, actually, because in the past, Chris Wood has. And they've decided to give it to Sonny Baker, who I'm sure will bowl the preferer of deliveries full and maybe just outside of stump or straight if he can. Chris Wood does have 1 over left, but it's Sonny Baker that's entrusted. Big over here.
Battle of the Devonians. Torquay against Exeter.
So it's going to be Ben Green to face. It's going to be Sonny Baker with the first of the last 6 balls of the game. 11 needed by Somerset. They're 178 for 3. And in comes Sonny Baker. Past the umpire and bowls. Green. Oh, he squeezed that one out on the leg side. Well bowled, Sonny Baker.
Yeah, good ball.
It's just a single.
Pitched right up in the block hole. Just exactly where he needed to bowl it. Couldn't afford to drop it in short. Well, certainly couldn't afford a full toss. And he's got Ben Green away from strike. 9 for the tie, 10 for the win.
Mind you, the way Lewis Goldsworth, the previous delivery that he faced, I'd be a little worried bowling at
This
him.
is Devon against Cornwall. That is a real local derby.
5 balls left in the game. Conference between Sonny Baker and James Vince, with Liam Dawson not far away, also giving his views as well. They're going to change the field here. The field is going to change in that there is no deep third man, and he's coming up onto the circle, which will allow, well, there's 4 out on the leg side. Right, here's Sonny Baker in then. Bowls, that's full, and it's squeezed out on the leg side. They shouldn't get any more than 1. Well bowled again, Sonny Baker. Crowd really warming to this. 4 balls remain, 9 for the win, 8 for the tie.
Yeah, Somerset need a boundary.
2 good balls there.
Yep, he's bowled really well.
It's not the time to be bowling length here, because that risks somebody getting hold of it. It's difficult, the length that Sonny Baker's bowling, but he's got to keep doing the same. Here's Sonny Baker again then. He's bowling to Ben Green, 170 for 6. As Baker's in, bowls, length ball hammered away, it's going for 6. Well, that's changed it. For some reason, Baker's gone for a length ball there.
3 off 3.
Wow.
2 for the tie, 3 for the win.
Well, I don't know if Sonny Baker's gone for the Yorker and just got it wrong, or whether he's thought, I'll mix it up and I'll just bowl a length ball. But of course, length balls in these situations.
No, I think he was going for the Yorker and just dragged it down a fraction.
Well, he did.
It's hard, well, as you know, far better
Well, it's
than me.
horrible. It's a horrible situation.
Yeah, but it's hard to bowl Yorker after Yorker after Yorker.
Green is 16 off 8 and probably playing a match-winning innings with that shot. 176 for 6. 3 balls left, 3 balls to win. 2 will be enough for the tie. And inevitably there is another conference between bowler and captain.
Just stretching out the tension.
Well, I mean, to be
playing
honest,
on the nerves of the Somerset batsmen.
I mean, with the field scattered, you would think 3 singles would do it. Even if it goes through to the keeper. Albert's a long way back. Right, here we go then. 3 balls left. Here's the first of them. Sonny Baker into Green, bowls. His Green drives it away to deep mid-wicket. Are they going to try and run 2? I think they are, and they're going to get 2. You have to hurry, Green. He's home.
Scores a level.
They are. I think you better take this one, Anthony, because there are still 2 balls left.
2 balls left. Well, Hampshire women won with 2 balls to spare, and Somerset men just taking it slightly closer to the wire. The field's coming in, as it has to. It's Big Ben Green, Exeter's finest, on strike. Been doing a great job on loan for Leicestershire in the county championship.
Well, there has to be a wicket here.
But his heart will be thumping inside his chest.
Definitely. There's got to be a wicket. It's the only way that Hampshire are really going to stop them from scrambling a single. I know they're changing the field now. They're a lot closer, but for me, a wicket's the only way that takes it to the last ball.
The scoreboard says 180 for 6, not 180 for 6. At least I don't think it is.
Well, they won the game if it is.
Yeah.
So that's
they only
wrong.
need 100. They've changed it back to 170. 178 for 6, and there are 2 balls remaining, I think. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, there's the score on the on the live stream, ignore it. It's 178 for 6, and there are 2 balls remaining. The first of them is going to be bowled by Sonny Baker to Ben Green. Somerset need 1 run. He's in and bowls, and they're going to take the run, and they're through for the win. Somerset have won by 4 wickets after being behind seemingly for almost the whole of their innings. They've come through at the end. A magnificent 6 from Lewis Goldsworthy at the end of the penultimate over, and then a 6 from Ben Green during the final over effectively settled this game. It's been a terrific game of cricket. It's Somerset's 8th win out of 10 games in this season's Vitality Blast, and they reinforce their position at the top of the South Group. Great game of cricket. Commiserations to Hampshire, who've taken Somerset right to the wire. Somerset coming out on top of the penultimate ball of their 20th over.
Yeah, tremendous entertainment. Could have gone either way for a large period of that game, but that 6 from Ben Green in the last over really did swing things in Somerset's favour. Somerset stay top of the South Group. For Hampshire, after last night's defeat, well, again, it leaves them in a precarious position as to whether they will qualify or not. A couple of more games coming up this week against Middlesex at Merton Taylors and Glamorgan here. And I think by Thursday we'll know where Hampshire are going. But tremendous entertainment, very good game, and Somerset come out as winners. Thank you very much, Anthony.
Great pleasure as always, Kevin.
Anthony, thank you very much, Charlie, as well. Hope you've enjoyed the game, hope you enjoyed the commentary, and we will do it all again very soon.